Um, uh, yeah, I couldn't see the comments. Enable comments to speech. Comments are spoken only when. Huh? Display message. Why I can't see that box? Hey, we say Shimmy. I was fixing a little issue, trying to figure out why I couldn't see the comments. Yeah, boy, it's been a while. Boy, I've been busy. Someone asked me to do in-depth in the game. Ooh. Yeah, an in-depth in the game. Simply because I think it was the last video I uploaded. I got decked out by what was it again? One zombie archetype that does that multiple synchro spamming thing. Yeah. So I'm gonna give you guys a list of hand traps and tech cards, and like I explained to them in the comment section of the video, like you really have to evaluate combos based on the amount of hand traps and tech cards that individuals are actually using and running, so that you could actually be more efficient when you select specific combos. Be able to, yeah, you can let him in. You can leave him in. You can leave him in. Come. Sit. Yeah, so you'd actually better be able to, what you say, chaotic. So you'd better be able to stay competitive, and that's why a lot of the deck builds that I do or have done are actually able to contend with the meta, simply because you understand combos, the way that they work, and knowing exactly where to interrupt to cause a disruption in the combo could shut down the whole combo completely from your opponent, setting up a board that's just going to give you a headache to get over. Knowing those routes, the different combinations, what kind of hand traps to use or to actually implement in your deck when you deck build, card selection choices, things of that sort. That's what I'm going through. If you guys have any combos that you want me to query on, just when, where, and how to break them would be the most efficient way, the best hand traps, the best cards to side in, depending on what you're playing, because not every deck that you play, your side deck does not need to be the exact same thing, because each deck, their flow is different. What do you say, Jason? The way that they play is different, their style of play, so you want to make sure that the cards that you side in suits that deck. So you can't use the exact same 15 side deck cards when you're in a match for every single deck, because it may not suit the way that the deck flows, its combinations, the just how you card utility in terms of creating hand advantage, as well as putting your opponent at a disadvantage, whether it's causing them to go neg one in the hand or neg one in the field, or causing them to be unable to actually add a card from their deck to their hand specifically. And that's one of the reasons why I love Ash. I try to always include Ash in just about every build that I use. Ash and Nibiru. You have a lot of combo decks running around, a lot of decks that not even aren't combo decks, but they do get the occasional 5 or more summons just to try to build a board, like trying to get like a Crystal Wing and a Cyber Dragon Infinity or something of that nature, or a Hope Harbinger in Infinity. On their way to doing that, they're going to run through at least 5 or more summons, and being able to either disrupt it to cause them to extend again, and then Nibiruing them. By the times they use about 3 to 4 cards, they're only left with 1 card if they're opening up first turn. Unless you don't open up too well. If you open up with 2 or more hand traps, it leaves you in a very good position to stun your opponent, and then if you're playing a deck that only uses 2 to 3 cards to combo off, and then you're able to OTK, that makes it even better. Because I know Utopia, the Utopia package can do that. With Utopia, you just normal summon that monster's a special summon ability, or you can special summon a monster from the hand. You go to double then gets you double or nothing. Then you go to your regular Utopia, you attack, put them up to 10k, and potentially OTK for game. Let's run through this hand trap list that I made for you guys. Lancia is excellent because it stops cards from actually being able to be banished. So banishment based decks that like to, I think it's one where they use pot to mill the extra deck, and then they would use I'm trying to remember the level 8 monster that they use. They banish like 8 cards from the top of their deck to build up like it's, I forgot what the monster not I think it's Grin. I think it's a Grin. You just normal summon it, and for every card banished, it gains a certain amount of attack points, and then they would follow up. I think it's the Link 4 Exceed. Let me go to it real quick. Not Link 4 Exceed. There's no such thing. Sorry. The Link 4 monster. Where is it? I know it banishes right there. The Zero Boros to power up and then banish all cards on the field, stuff like that. Lancia is excellent at shutting that down. Easy. Also, you can also use Dimension Shifter against decks that you really heavily utilize their graveyard, that runs a cycle or a rotation, like especially zombies. If you really want to just nip zombies in the bud, stop them from using their graveyard. That's all you really need to do against zombies, because you have a lot of zombie decks, their rotations from the graveyard, just being able to spam and then go into Psyframe Lord Omega and then put themselves back in the graveyard, and then continue to do that cycle. That is really annoying. So if you can't OTK, it's always best to shut your opponent down or cause their deck not to be able to function how they would like it to. You got, when you say Rug, boy Rug, I think I have like 3 or 4 year requests in a row. Oh boy. Yeah, because when Shadows can't go to the graveyard, they don't get their effects. So it's always important to note, depending on what kind of matchups your deck favor versus what it doesn't. So knowing your deck's weaknesses, that's how you should always determine what cards you need to incorporate into your side deck. So depending on what your opponent's playing, or depending on, like I said, your deck's weakness, you really want to build your side deck to compensate for that, because whenever you go into a matchup where it doesn't favor your deck, that's where your side deck's supposed to come into play. Your 15 cards, and if your ratios, and this is important, I don't know if most of you guys saw when I built a dragon deck, and inside that deck I'm actually able to side out 15 main deck cards and implement 15 side deck cards. It's almost like playing 2 different decks simultaneously, but it's just to compensate where the build using, I think I was running Obelisk, where if I'm not able to get Obelisk, I can then switch out into a more basic dragon style build. Being able to incorporate 15 cards into your 40 card or more ratio of your deck would also throw your opponent's deck knowledge of what you're playing off, because the way that I duel, especially when I'm playing matches, I give an account for every card I see my opponents playing. So mentally in my head, every time you play a card, I'm always taking account of, am I seeing 2 copies of this or 1 copy of that? So I would have an excellent mental note of your 40 card ratio, as well as the more cards that I see. I would also know some of the best card choices to go along with that. So now I would have an excellent image of what your 40 card deck is, so that I'm not gonna get thrown off. But when you're actually able to implement 15 cards out of your side deck into your main deck, it makes it hard to keep an account of what did they actually take out. When you can build a deck to that extent, that's when you have a really good deck, because it's hard for anyone, I don't care how good of a memory they have, to actually keep track of exactly what you would have placed in your deck and what you would have taken out when you side in. Um, Back to the hand drops. Like I said, Ash, one of the most generic. I love her as well as Ghost because they play two of the most functional roles in the game in stopping the opponent, which every deck does, between adding a card from the deck to the hand, special summoning from the deck, or sending a card from the deck to the graveyard. Ash Blossom stops that, giving it 3 cycle rotation effect. That's excellent. Um, there is a FTK with red eyes where you can burn your opponent to death first turn. Ash Blossom stops that. When they play Red Eyes Fusion to center from the deck, because her effect covers that, she can stop you from getting FTK'd by Red Eyes first turn. So having Ash is very important in that aspect. And the other sister that I love that's second to her is Ghost Bell, because especially like with zombies, adding cards from the graveyard back to the hand deck or extra deck, special summoning a monster from the graveyard or banishing cards from the graveyard, she stops that. The only reason I actually prefer her over Skullmeister is Skullmeister's interaction. Even though he is not a once per turn, he can negate the effect, actually any effect of a card that goes off in the opponent's graveyard. But I just prefer her interaction because it gives me options whether they actually add in a card from their graveyard back to their hand deck or extra deck, which a lot of decks do now, or special summoning a monster. You have cards like Call of the Haunted, Monster Reborn, monsters with effects that revive monsters from the graveyard, and banishing cards from the graveyard to fulfill effects to say, destroy a card in the field or something like that. She covers 3 different bases, and just having that one card not in your hand gives you options because you never really know exactly what your opponent's playing if you're just playing a random individual. Oh yeah, red Peter, Red Eyes is awesome. Trust me. Depending on, and the thing is with a lot of the old school decks now, like you can play them, especially like Blue Eyes and Dark Magician. I just was working on my Dark Magician deck the other day, just to create a simple cycle loop and to lock my opponent out very easily. Like you can play those old school decks so many different ways. Like it would really be hard for anyone to keep up because there's so many different variants and you can mix and match so many cards. And like I was explaining earlier, if you can incorporate those 50 inside deck cards into your main deck, it makes it hard for your opponent to keep up and keep track, because when you would have executed in the first duel, they'd be looking for most of those same players. But when you could incorporate 15 of your extra deck cards into your main deck and swap out 15 main deck with your, sorry, not extra deck, but side deck, then that right there is what's going to cause your opponent to misplay. And causing your opponent to misplay in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is key. Trust me on that. What do you mean by that, Rug? By burn loop. What you mean by that? And which deck? Yeah. Hold on. Trying to keep up with the comments, guys. Hold on. Okay, I see what you're saying, Jimmy. I wouldn't really say the decks have infinite resources. They just have better cycles being able to recover, so it's a bit harder, like trying to out resource them because they're able to recover their resources. So what you need to do, like I said, is basically like just shut them down. Like don't allow them to get started, and if they get started, then you need to break that cycle. Anything that's like I think I was playing a Salaman Great deck, and Sunlight Wolf is key in that deck into causing cycles and loops, that and Gazelle. So when he summoned the Gazelle, I ashed the Gazelle, and then when he wanted to use Wolf's effect so he could recover, all I did was just Kaiju it and cycle broken. Then he couldn't even use the trap card because they use Rage, so they could pop 2 cards on the field and then the counter trap. But yeah, you just need to break the cycle so that the deck cannot function as they would like it to. So just simply even just splashing in kaijus would be a difference maker. I don't have kaijus in the hand trap. When I go to the tech cards, we go through those so you guys can see just how many tech cards can get you out of numerous situations in the game that you can splash into almost any deck. So like I'll even give you guys tips on deck building so you can understand exactly what kind of ratios you should be looking for so that you could build the simple, even just building a normal monster deck. Because links exist, you can literally just build a normal monster deck and just link yourself straight to victory, just because links is a thing now. When it was exceeds, you could have used normal monsters, but now with the new mechanic link, it just makes it even better to play with normal monsters. So like your opponent would underestimate you until you start going off, and then they like, oh damn, all right, playtime's over. But next to Ash, the two of the best hand drops in the game, Ghost Bell, Ash Blossom. Like I said, they cover numerous bases. Sometimes you go into matches or into duels, you don't know what the opponent's playing, so you want to make sure that you can cover as many bases as possible, because you can have cards like DD Crow, which is good. Don't get me wrong. You can have cards like I said, Skullmeister, but what good is Skullmeister if your opponent is trying to gain a massive hand advantage? That's where Ash would come in. They play something like Pot, and you would want to stop that +2. That +2 really hurts. Like you want to stop that. That isn't something you should want happen unless you want to trigger something. It's a combination I was using in Trickstars. My opponent goes +2, and then I would use what's the trap card again? Hold on, I should be able to find it. What's the Trickstar monster? I think it's reincarnation, and then Droll to follow it up. So my opponent would have to discard their entire hand and then draw nothing. So they would end up with 0 cards because they were trying to go +1 or +2. So it's just little things like that incorporating in the decks, because it's like there are tons of little combos that you can actually squeeze into deck builds, and it would throw the opponents off because they would think you're playing one archetype or one strategy, and that was just actually just something to just throw them for a loop or just to stall or hold them off. Back to the hand traps. Battle Fader, so you can end the battle phase. DD Crow, because it's an excellent when your opponent would send a card to the graveyard. Usually, the moment they do that to activate an effect, before the effect resolves, when a card goes into the graveyard, usually it may have an effect to trigger right away, but before it can trigger, the effect that's sent into the graveyard has to resolve first. So when a card effect goes off that sends it to the graveyard, you can trigger DD Crow in response to immediately banish it. Even though the card went to the graveyard, when the first effect resolves, by the time it resolves, that card is no longer in the graveyard, therefore its effect would not be able to activate. Like I said, Dimension Shift is excellent, especially against decks that really need their graveyard, like zombies. And you guys know a lot of zombie decks are running around. You want to make sure that you can neutralize or stop them. If not, the next best option is always Call by the Grave. So when they would throw, like, normally when they make their board, they would usually end on like a IP and a, what's the name? I think that's Vampire Sucker, and the Doom King would always be in the graveyard, so they could get that +1 immediately when the turn starts, or if you had a card on the field, so that they could trigger the effect to banish the monster or negate the effect, and you just Call by the Grave it so it doesn't revive, and then you have to make sure that you take care of that zombie world, because that zombie world, it doesn't allow you to tribute summon. And like I told them, when Monarchs were a thing, you played Zombie World, Monarchs just died. So you want to make sure to take care of Zombie World, because it also changes the type. So if you're playing type-specific decks like Noble Knights that need to be warriors to be equipped, or basically anything that's type-specific like dragons, you wouldn't be able to play your revival of the Dragon Lords because there are now zombies in the graveyard. So you want to make sure to take care of that Zombie World, and then everything else is history for zombies after that. Droll and Logbird, you really need this guy. Like I said, depending on what deck you're playing. Like I said, the decks play differently depending on flow as well as combo consistency and whether you're going first or second. I was dueling. Who I was dueling? Because I was testing out. What was I testing out? I was testing out Dino Wrestlers. Like, they're giving me a headache. I kid you not. But I was testing out Dino Wrestlers, and I think I dueled against. What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? I can't remember what his name is at the moment. But anyway, we dueled multiple times, and every single time he won rock paper scissors. He basically just got the edge from the start. One of the dudes carried us to about 30 turns before he won. But the mere fact is just being going first or going second, because he was playing Altergeist. Going first and going second, that's a big difference maker, because if I had gotten the first turn, I would have been able to stop the Altergeist setup and I wouldn't have to worry about it. But the mere fact that he went first, like, I had to play through like numerous amounts of disruption, neg, like it was crazy. But the mere fact is you want to try to make sure that you dictate whether you go first or go second. Going second isn't bad if you're playing, depending on the style that you're playing. If you're playing like a more heavy hand trap base where it doesn't matter if you go first or second, you can just free it up to your opponent, see what your opponent's playing, and then just disrupt them as you please, and then you go off. I think it's a what's it? I think it's a hand trap based deck, because I think a lot of, especially the girls, all of them are tuners, and you can just combo off and go into Haka Fibrox, and then basically just go into a Savage or and the Herald, or another route you could take. You can go into I think it's the synchro that gets you Black Garden, and then you would then make the what's its name? Anyway, the level 6 synchro, you would synchro with the tokens. When you go into the tokens, you make the 9, which is nasty because you can pop a card on the field, and you can make 2 of those, and then you could end your turn on the True King of all Calamity. So when your opponent starts their turn, like, no monster effects, no battle. To answer your question, Jason, do I always prefer to go first? No. It all, like I was explaining, comes down to deck builds, the deck you're playing. If the deck style that you're playing does not support you going first, then you need to go second. If the style that you're playing that you need to go first, like a lockdown deck, then you are required to go first, and I would always want to go first in that situation. It just comes down to what deck you're playing, the build, and what exactly it is you prefer in terms of your strategy. Not everyone plays like all of us inside here now can go and build a Dark Magician deck, but the way that you would play yours in terms of your ratio, your combinations, and your timing, all of ours would differ. Your card choices are going to differ due to your play style. So if you ask, do I always prefer to go first? No, I do not always prefer to go first. It depends on the deck that I'm playing that determines whether I want to go first or I want to go second. The only other thing that determines whether I want to go first or second is if I'm playing a match and after the first duel I know what my opponent's playing and I'm now siding in. Then if I lost that first duel, I then get to determine whether my opponent goes first or I go first. If I side in to go second, then I'm going second. But if I feel that my opponent's going to gain too much of an advantage, even if I let them go first, then I'm going to side in so that I'm able to play first and be able to stop them from setting up. And that they are only 2 factors that actually determine whether I go first or I go second. Other than that, it just comes down to what deck I'm playing. If the deck style that I'm playing says, hey, go second because you can board wipe and then OTK, an excellent combo that I was running in a couple of the deck requests when I build them was Lightning Storm, Ruler No More, and Evenly Matched. Like, those 3 cards, any 2 of them together, like, they easily cleared boards, like, easily. And if I sided in like Nibiru, or if I incorporated Slam mode into any of those deck combinations, like, breaking a board just becomes simplistically easy. I don't care what your opponent puts on the field. Like, majority of the boards, especially like with those infinite negate boards, they just fall to Ruler No More instantly. Like, people will be like, oh, you're locked out. No, you're not locked out. As long as you have options in terms of the cards. When I go to the tech cards, you guys would see that. Being able to break boards. I had people send me screenshots. Oh, this board is unbreakable. You lock first turn. I slap 2 cards on them. Your board's broken. I still have 4 cards in hand. Because if you're going first, I draw 6 cards. I use 2 cards. I broke your board. You probably use 4 more cards to set up your board. Now what happens when I start the combo off with my remaining 3 to 4 cards? Back to the hand traps. Like I said, Troll and Logbird. Especially for Danger Dark World, because they're like, they can literally deck themselves out on their own first turn. I did it before when I was playing against the AI. I forced myself to draw an additional card when I didn't have enough when the cycle revolved, and I end up losing via deck out. No one has requested Weather Painters or Melodious yet. I can also add those to the list. I don't think I did Melodious for this game. I highly doubt it. I don't recall. Effect Veiler, it's excellent. I mean, the only issue that I have with Effect Veiler is the fact that it can only be done during your opponent's turn. That's the only issue I have with Effect Veiler, but other than that, like, it's really good. And I'll give you guys some scenarios and decks and where you can really maximize their usefulness. Fantastical Dragon, Phantasme. This is in here. Yeah, that's what I say in Shimmy. I highly doubt that I did Melodious for this game. I would probably have to add Harpies to the list, but for sure, Harpies is one of the more top tier decks, being versatile. Just about, I think it's Harpies, Raid Raptors, the Beast Warrior, Lunar Lights. All of them make infinite negate boards very easily, but Harpies, they just have the advantage being able to just shut out Nibiru on any other hand trap interaction. That's why Harpies would be above most decks, simply because they have the ability to shut out your opponent using their hand trap interactions. I think only Impermanence would be able to you understand, Jason. Only Impermanence would be able to act in response. That's why when you build your deck, you have to understand ratios with hand traps. You want to aim for at least 8 hand traps or more in your deck. If you're running at least 10 hand traps, that puts you in a very good position. Even if you're only opening with 5 cards, to at least pick up 1 potentially. I did had when I got caught with that deck destruction, I had 12 hand traps in that deck, and the game did not, only that one duel that the game actually didn't allow me to open with just 1. And any one of the hand traps I had in the deck would have stopped me from getting decked out. Because when the Masaki monster would normal summon to get the toner from the deck, that's where Ash would have stepped in. If he had gone to recover from the graveyard, Ghost would have stepped in to stop it, so I wouldn't have to worry about the recurring synchro. If I picked up the Veiler, the monster, the zombie that mills for 2 cards every time on a special summon, Veiler would just negate it, so I would not know mill recurrency at all. Same thing if I'd picked up, no, I don't think DD Crow was in the deck. And if I picked up the Nibiru, the moment he reached 5 summons, all the zombies were going in the garbage. We say Wolf. What else was in the deck? And Impermanence, same thing. I just would have negated the zombie that was milling 2 cards. It's just that one duel, and that's just a thing with Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes, like, sometimes the game is good to you, and sometimes it's bad. Like, you would even notice in some duels, like, you have 1 copy of a specific card, and a decent amount of duels, you open up with it in your first 5 cards. Like, that is not something that it's easy to do or that happens frequently, because the odds of you getting 1 out of 40 cards and you opening 5 card hand, that the odds of that are very slim, very, very slim. I kid you not. Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. This is a prevention hand trap. So what I did too, like I told you, it depends on what deck you're playing. So if you're playing a deck where you don't need your extra deck, this is where this hand trap plays dividends. depending on what matchup you think you're gonna encounter in terms of troublesome extra deck monsters, you just put them in there in your extra deck, and you can still play. I think it's part of extravagance to banish your extra deck, but what you want to do is just trigger the Ghost Reaper so that you can banish whatever troublesome monster it is from your opponent's extra deck. You don't have to worry about yours because you are revealing yours to banish multiple copies of your opponent, and then you can go off on extravagance and banish your extra deck to gain that advantage while ensuring that your opponent cannot even get to that extra deck monster. Ghost Sisters is excellent for your opponent who does multiple special summonings so that you can boost your life points by the monster's attack points, which can save you multiple turns. The Iron Dragon Titan. Anyway, yeah, this guy, he's excellent at destroying cards all in the same column. Let me make sure. Yeah, if 3 or more cards are in the same column, you can special summon them, and then you can destroy all cards in this column. He's excellent in setting up like right across from the link zones, the link zone, main monster, and spell and trap card zone. You can use it's called Dark Coffin. You can set Dark Coffins in those zones, and if your opponent link summons another monster in their main monster zone, or link summons another spell or trap card, or main monster zone spell and trap card, and your Dark Coffins are set up there, the moment you summon him, he's going to destroy all cards in that column, and then Dark Coffin is going to cause your opponent to go -1. Or if they have an additional monster in the field, they can choose to send it to the graveyard. However they decide to pick their poison, that'll be up to them. Like I said, Nibiru, because you have a lot of decks, regardless if it's combo, most decks now, they can go over that 5 monster summon in a single turn. So Nibiru is excellent at shutting down multiple combo-based decks. I especially love shutting down that Haka Fibrax combo where they Haka Fibrax and then get the Despot, and then go into the Link 3, summon a bunch of tokens, and then they would try to make the Boral Savage. But before that could even happen, yeah, we drop a rock on their head. Delta and Gamma, they are also excellent. Gamma for monster effects and the Delta for spell effects. And the reason why that they're so good is that they can't get called by the grave because their effect resolves when they hit the field, not in the graveyard. So they're excellent. The only downside is if you control a monster, you wouldn't be able to activate their effects. So I would always prefer the Effect Veiler over them, simply because I rather get called by the grave. And this may sound a bit weird, but you'll understand what I'm saying. If you're playing a competitive duel and you and your opponent are using very similar hand traps such as Ash and Effect Veiler and Ghost Ogre and Ghost Bell, if your opponent plays Call by the Grave on Veiler or on Ash, that effect lasts until the end of the following turn, meaning that if you go off, when they go off and you trigger your hand trap during their turn and they Call by the Grave the Call by the Grave's effect would have the effect negated until the end of your turn, meaning that if they have a Ash or a Veiler in hand, that means when you go off, you no longer have to worry about the effect of Ash or Veiler or Ghost or whatever hand trap got called by the grave. So if your opponent, basically what your opponent's doing when they Call by the Grave is they want their combo to go through so they can get as far as they can go. But during your turn, when you go off, you no longer have to worry about getting hit with the same situation, so you no longer need to even incorporate Call by the Grave because basically they shut down their own hand trap until the end of your turn. Rainbow Kuriboh is good because you can activate it from the hand, stop a monster from attacking, as well as when it goes to the graveyard, you can use it as a wall to protect yourself from actually getting hit with a direct attack. Like I said, I like Skullmeister. I wouldn't say love. I like Skullmeister. Like I said, pending the situation and the deck build, like what I'm playing, I would play this guy at 3 simply because being able to stop, he can stop monster spell and trap card effects when they trigger into the graveyard, and he is not a once per turn like how Ghost Bell is. Sometimes when I'm siding out, I would actually side in Skullmeister and 1 copy of Ghost Bell. The reason why only 1 copy of Ghost, like 1 copy of Ghost, 1 copy of Ash, not Ash, sorry, Ogre, is because they're only once per turn, and if you pick up multiple copies, you only have that interaction once that turn. You want to try to make sure that you keep as many of your cards in your hand as live as possible. So cards that don't have that once per turn effect stipulated in their card effect, you want to utilize, like I said, Vela and Skullmeister, but it just depends on the situation. You don't always need to go that or heavily put in that many trap cards of that, hand traps of that nature. You just want to make sure that you're able to shut your opponent down, because in a sense, Skullmeister is still good because you can normal summon him 1700 beta, so that's not a bad flaw. But like I said, his effect only goes with card effects that activate in the grave, whereas Ghost Bell's effect actually goes with any interaction with the graveyard to anywhere else. So if an effect goes off in the graveyard, Skullmeister would be better. But when you play a card like Monster Reborn to bring a monster back from the graveyard, Skullmeister has no interaction with that because there was no effect activated in the graveyard. Swift Scarecrow just to end the battle phase. They can be lifesavers sometime once you already spend your hand drops or cause your opponent to use their negates for that turn, and then being able to end the battle phase, and then you get another turn. This Ancient, the Ancient and Ascended, this is actually good. When your opponent uses, that's what I had this in here for. When your opponent uses a hand drop, usually most of them target. See, effect Vela, target one effect monster on the field. When they would target your monster with an effect, then you would use this guy to actually counteract that hand trap interaction, as well as I have it in here because of impermanence. Impermanence does target, so it's an excellent way to get around impermanence and Vela. Ghost Ogre doesn't target. Once a monster effect goes off, you activate, not even a monster effect, any face-up card effect, she goes off and she just pops it if it can be popped. But this guy here, if any monsters is targeted by a card effect, you can use his effect. Well, actually, not even just your monsters. Whenever your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a monster you control, then you can use this guy to protect it, and it's excellent to ensure that your combos actually do go off. Like I said, evenly matched because you can activate it from the hand during the battle phase. Once your opponent doesn't have a negate on board, evenly matched can resolve, and you would just cause your opponent to go minus however many card difference between evenly matched and the number of cards that they currently control. Excellent way to turn the tides in a duel and potentially OTK your opponent the following turn. Impermanence, because it cannot get called by the grave, as well as if you set it before you activate it, you can also negate card effects in the same column. And if you can actually, slickly play this card, you can cause your opponent play in the exact same zone as it even after it resolved, and cause them end up unintentionally negating their own card effect if they do not recall exactly which zone the impermanence activated in. And Red Reboot, this is really in here because you have a lot of trap based decks that can do a lot of damage, like Altergeist. This would just shut them down for that turn, cause them set, cannot activate, and that would be your chance to clear the back row or OTK for game. Hold on, let me see what Drug asks. Bills and Red Eyes Flare, Metal Dragon. I still don't understand, Shimmy, because you just like Burn Loop, Think Stuff, Builds, and Red Eyes Flare, Metal Dragon. I understand Flare, Metal Dragon. Every time my opponent goes off, they're gonna get burned. I understand that. Oh, I see. Omega said that he made a version of the Masaki deck destruction deck that I lost to. That's good for you. That's one deck that I have no intention of. Like, I'll do it for a request, but that is not something that I would actually play. Like I said, too many hand traps in the game just shuts that down very, very easily. You only have to open up with one, and then when you look at the board you're left with playing that, you leave yourself in a potential position to get OTK. That is not something you want to be in. Oh, what you say, Nicholas? I missed your earlier message. Um, uh, no. The reason why not Chaos Hunter is because Dimension Shifter is actually better, being able to trigger first turn. We're looking at the quickest interaction, and you don't really want to wait for not Dimension, for Chaos Hunter to actually be special summon, so you can have that effect. You want the quickest possible hand interaction with your opponent, and that's why I have Dimension Shifter and not the Chaos Hunter. Um, Swordsman of Revealing Light, that's for direct attack. I always prefer to end the battle phase, because if you can still allow your opponent to attack again, you still probably, especially if the monster can pass defense, you still run the risk of losing in that same battle phase. So Battle Fade and Swift Scarecrow always immediately end the battle phase. Once the battle phase ends and your opponent cannot burn out the rest of your life points or acquire a win condition, you have another turn that you can play Yu-Gi-Oh! That's just my logic. I could be wrong. Then again, if you want to take the chance, special summon your Swordsman of Revealing Light and watch your opponent continue to pass the fence and attack you, that's on you. But that's just my logic. Where was I? Yeah, no problem, Jason. I was trying to get to it earlier. I was caught up. I was even late starting it. I was trying to eat some food and all. Boy, I had a long day. But yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, Shimmy, that's what I was saying. With the 15 card side deck, when you decide to side in, depending on how your deck plays and the style, being able to swap in and out engines, just like a car, it is all the difference. And like I said, if you're able to actually swap out up to all 15 of those cards, your opponent being able to keep track of exactly what you're playing, that's like the hardest thing in the world for them after that. Out of all the decks you've built so far, which one was the hardest to make? Oh man. I've made a lot of decks. To say which one was the hardest to make, I would actually have to go back and look over all of them to see which one really gave me the most difficulty. I know so far, just tinkering with the Dino Wrestlers, but I don't think that would have been the most brain rattling one. I think it was a request where I actually had to incorporate a bunch of different ace monsters in one deck. I think that right there was probably the most brain rattling, trying to incorporate all of them in one deck. But that was from the previous Yu-Gi-Oh! I would say that would have had to been, because I think I spent almost 2 weeks on that one request, because it was like, how do I then incorporate into the main deck a way to effectively and efficiently summon all these main deck monsters without depleting my hand resources and being able to hold my opponent off while I do this. So I would say that would have probably been the hardest request I've had so far. What is my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh game? Hands down, the current one I'm playing, Link Evolution. I wouldn't say at the time. If you would ask me that, I would have said Legendary Knights. But I would have to go with, like I said, going back to having to formulate a deck to accompany all of those ace monsters in the extra deck efficiently. I would have to say that would have been the hardest. What deck, Jason, that you're referring to? While you answer that question, let me go to the tech on the card so you guys can see just how many of them there are. We already ran over Lancia, Ash, DD Crow, Droll, Vela. Fantastical Dragon Phantasme is for those decks that can link spam and build those really big link boards. He is excellent at getting you basically a +1 as well as for every link monster that's on the field, you then get to re-incur your hand and then shuffle the rest back in your deck. So if you didn't open up with a hand trap and you open up with this guy and your opponent link summons multiple times, he then allows you to basically put your hand, draw cards, and then put whatever you don't want back into your deck, equated to that number plus one. So if you didn't open up with a hand trap, he most likely then re-incurs cards for you to open up with your hand trap. Kaijus, excellent tech cards. Your opponent builds that all-inspiring board. There's always that one key monster that is the most troublesome that you usually need to out. You out it with the Kaiju, and then you can Lightning Storm, Interrupted Slumber, Raigeki, Darkhold, just clear the board. We went over Ghosts, like I said, Kaijus. Lava Golem is also excellent, so you can get rid of 2 of your opponent's most troublesome monsters and then clear the board. 2-card clearance. It saves you in resources, as well as you don't mind taking a hit for 3k as long as your opponent doesn't have you locked out of the duel. Another excellent card is Light and Darkness Dragon, as it can multi-negate, but the downside is it can only negate once per chain. But when he leaves the field, he also gets to revive a monster from your graveyard at the cost of blowing up your entire field. But hopefully you don't have a field when you use this guy, or if you do have a field, make sure that whatever's being destroyed has effects that either cause you go +1 or your opponent to go -1 or more. We already been over Nibiru. Santa Claus is like a Christmas version of the Kaijus, because he allows your opponent to draw 1. Sphere mode, he can get rid of 3 troublesome monsters on your opponent's side of the field. So when your opponent is like, oh, you're locked out of the duel, you can like just sphere mode and just get rid of just 3 troublesome monsters, or just 3 monsters on the whole. And then if your opponent doesn't have a link monster to link the sphere mode into, or to fuse, what can sphere mode even, can you even fuse sphere mode with something? Because it's divine. Well, anyway, that'll be your opponent's problem. You give them sphere mode, and if they can't get rid of it, like to tribute it for a monster, then you get your sphere mode back. And if you're playing like a link version, I wouldn't say link version, but a deck that incorporates link summoning, then you can use the sphere mode into a link and go off. Volcanic Queen, this is like her and Lava Golem are like the burn versions of Kaijus. Like you just tribute off your opponent's monsters, and then your opponent has to take 1,000 points of damage. Suburg, the Mega Monarch, he's excellent. He causes you not to have to deal with any troublesome extra deck monsters. Like he comes to the field, pops himself, or if your opponent is playing a deck that has light-based monsters in it, you can pop the light-based monster, and then both of you would send cards from your extra deck equal to its level or rank. And if you've seen any version of ritual decks that I play when I use Zaburg, you always go plus, depending on what he pops, +3 or more, or you can cause yourself to go, I think it's +3, and your opponent to go, let me see, +3, and if your opponent has cards on the field, you can pop up to 3 cards on the field, plus -8 cards out of their extra deck simultaneously using Zaburg. You've already been over Ancient and the Ascendant. Book of Eclipse is excellent, as you have a lot of decks that are, like I said, when they set up, they're mainly monster based. That is why this and Ruler No More are excellent against them, because with Book of Eclipse you can put all their monsters face down except for links. When you do that, they no longer can activate their effect because they're face down. If the monster had an effect that says cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects because they're face down, you can then destroy them afterwards. Since they're face down, that effect no longer applies. Call by the Grave is excellent, not just in the regard of being able to, let's say your opponent plays a hand trap that you're not playing, you don't mind Call by the Graving it, or even if they are, you may not have that hand trap in hand, you want to Call by the Grave that so you can extend. You can Call by the Grave, or when your opponent would target a monster in the graveyard to try to revive it, you can Call by the Grave the target. Or if your opponent has a monster in the grave, that effect would go off and you don't want it to, you can Call by the Grave it and just banish it. It works useful in about 2 to 3 different scenarios and situations, but it all depends on how you play your cards. Sometimes your opponent would have a hand trap, but you know what they're playing. You don't want to play that call by the grave too early just to extend, and when your opponent turn comes, they are actually able to out-extend you and then out-resource you. So you want to make sure that you are playing your cards in a timely manner. Sometimes you need to allow yourself to get hit by a hand trap or two, so that when your opponent goes off with their strategy, let's say they need to utilize the graveyard, you may only open up with your call by the grave and no other hand trap and no hand trap, and you'd go off. Their hand trap would go off. You don't want to just call by the grave that, and then when your opponent goes off on the next turn, they can start recurring monsters from their graveyard. You want to be able to break their cycle. If you can stop your opponent's deck from functioning as it was intended, you can slow your opponent down from winning, and that gives you multiple turns to then set up whatever it is, or allow your deck to be able to gain ground or gain advantage through consistency and just outplay your opponent after that. But you really want to aim to keep your opponent's deck from functioning as it should. Think of the decks as race cars, well-oiled machines, gassed up, juiced up, turbo. You want to make sure that you unloose a few bolts inside your competitor's engine. You know, put in the wrong oil, the wrong fuel, cause their cars not to function as they were intended, and let's see how fast they can get across that finish line. Cosmic Cyclone is an excellent tech card because you do have cards as one of the most annoying, I kid you not, Mystic Mine. Cosmic Cyclone is excellent against that because there are some combinations with Mystic Mine where they would use like Field Barrier to keep it from being destroyed, and I think it's a monster that they can summon that puts a token on it to keep it from destroying itself. Cosmic Cyclone is excellent just at banishing it, so that you don't have to worry about that, because if you have a monster in the field and then I think it's the trap card that allows you to either activate the field spell card straight from the deck or add it to the hand. If you summon a monster and they had that set, like they just Mystic Mine you and then you can't attack and then no monster effects. Dark Hole, field clearance. If you're playing like a suicidal strat, I wouldn't really say suicidal, but if your cards gain effects or you gain advantage through destroying your own cards, why not? Supply Squad, Dark Hole, along with Pendulum monsters, pendulum them back. Well, pendulum summoning is a bit different now, so you have to make sure that if you want to pendulum more than one monster back from your extra deck, you want to make sure that you make as big of a link monster, which the max you would only get from your extra deck is 3. You want to make as big of a link monster as possible so that you can actually pendulum summon back 3 monsters from your extra deck, and then, you know, Dark Hole, and then do it all over again. Hopefully, when you're doing this, because you can use Masquerena with Skull Dread, so that when you play your Dark Hole, you wouldn't be destroyed, and then you can just pendulum summon the monsters back again while gaining advantage through Supply Squad. Ruler No More. Majority of the boards that are being built, you can check them out. Infinite Negate boards, whatever troublesome board that tries to lock you out of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is platonically monster base. You play Ruler No More, your opponent field just dies. You can literally do whatever you want to your opponent to your heart's content. Domain locks your opponent out of their extra deck. Double or Nothing for the Utopia package, being able to get that 10k on board to OTK. Interrupted Kaiju Slumber. That's just an easier way to clear the field and also get kaijus on both sides of the field. So if your opponent was playing something like Psi Frames, you would give them a monster and then they can no longer activate their Psi Frame effects from the hand because they now control a monster. Lightning Storm, excellent card. And I know you guys have seen in multiple videos. Opponent sets 3 or more back row, Lightning Storm, Rage. You cannot commit, and I stay saying this, you cannot commit every single thing to your back row unless you have protection. If you're not running Solemns or Starlight Road, when you're using those heavy base trap decks where Lightning Storm hits, it's basically going to be just about game over, because you're basically going 3 or more for 1. So I'm playing 1 card and you go in egg 3 to potentially 5. You're not going to last long in a duel playing at that rate. Mind Control, It's excellent in forcing out negates because your opponent can have a troublesome monster on board, but you play mind control to try to take control of that monster with a negate, and they are going to negate your mind control because they don't want you to have that power. Mystic Mind, it's annoyingly excellent. You being able to trigger this, like I said, the trap card, I think it's something universe, can't remember at the moment, but I should be able to search it. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Metaverse. You play Metaverse. The moment your opponent summons a monster, and boom, can't attack no more monster effects. Prohibition. You can literally just shut down a single card that uh, would be key to your opponent's combos. This is really a going first card. That's why I said there are a lot of tech cards that you can utilize, that you can incorporate in your side deck to be able to shut your opponent down from playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Quiet Life. Basically, what this card does is if your opponent normal summons, they can't special, and if they special, they can't normal. So, in certain cases, like where your opponent would like need the special summon after they normal, or would need the normal summon after they special, like you strategically restrict them to just one or the other, which can pay excellent dividends because a lot of starting combos, especially like when they go into those infinite negate boards or Haka Fibrax, those one card Haka Fibrax combos to get into Boro Savage and the Herald, or the one of the combinations that you can use to get into King All Calamities. It's very destructive because the level 6 synchro that you can make, you can discard a card, pop, and then you would make the level 9 synchro. I think it's Volcanic Cannon or something like that. Let me search for it real quick so you guys can see. And you should be able to get rid of like 4 cards and then go into him. Level 6. The Coral Dragon, you can discard a card, target a card on your opponent's side of the field, pop it. Then when you synchro with the tuner, you then go into the level 9. If you watch, it's the Earthbound Immortal deck that I did. If you go look at the Earthbound Immortal deck, I executed this combo inside there and it paid dividends. You can then banish a tuner from your hand, graveyard, or face up from your side of the field and then destroy a card on your opponent's side of the field. Because you would have used multiple tuners executing this combo, when you synchro to go into him, you would then get to pop another card. That would be 2. Then you would use, because you would first synchro into, I think it's Rose Maiden. She would then bring back the Coral Dragon. And when you do that, you get to use Coral Dragon's effect again. So you can pop another card, and then you make another Vermilion, and then pop another card. Because the 2 of them are 9s, after you done if your opponent feels clear of all threats, you're getting rid of 4 cards, clear of all threats. You can then beat on them for about, that's 54. That's pending on if you have any additional monsters on the field, and then you can go into the rank 9 King of All Calamities to end your turn, and then your opponent can't activate monster effects of the declared type when they summon to the field, and they can't even attack you. So that is how you brutalize your opponent in a single turn, popping 4 cards and ending on Calamity off of 1 card. You would play 1 card to initiate the Haka Fibrax combo, and then you would then go straight into the Mecha Phantom Link 3, and then from there, that's where you would make or synchro into the Rose Maiden, and then go off from there into Coral Dragon pop. Then you can go into Vermilion pop. Then you'd use Rose Maiden to bring back the Coral Dragon pop again, and then you'd synchro into another Vermilion pop again. Then you beat on your opponent for 227s, and then end your turn on a King All Calamity, which is devastating if you're going second against your opponent. Raigeki, simplistic field clearance. Summoning Curse. Oh man, if you want to eat through your opponent's hand resources, let them start special summoning and watch just how quick they lose their hand resources. Now, the one of the downsides to Summoning Curse is the fact that if you play against Thunder Dragons, you're gonna give Thunder Dragons their effect if they get banished from the hand. That's I think that's about it. On that on Necro Face, but yeah, you really don't have to worry too much about them. But if you want to eat through your opponent's hand resources because they special summon a lot, like I said, tech cards, being able to put them in, then you go first. What happens is when you do that, the chances of your opponent allowing you to go first again in that match becomes slim because they don't want you to set up the same thing to potentially stop them. They would want to go first so that they would be able to set up and slow you down. Once you are assured that that's what your opponent's going to do, you can inside them back out and inside them you go in second cards so that when they try to set up, you can then stun, disrupt, or when your turn starts, break their board. Like I said, with two card combos, like because a lot of the so-called really good overrated fields are mainly monster based. You just go Ruler No More and either Lightning Storm, Impermanence, Raigeki, Dark Hole. You also have access to Lightning Vortex and Special Hurricane that you can also use. The reason why I don't have Lightning Vortex and Special Hurricane is because they are not as efficient as Raigeki, Dark Hole, Lightning Storm, and Interrupted Slumber, because they cause you to discard a card. Now, if you're playing something like Dangers, then you can play cards like that because you're going to get the danger effect. But if you're not, these are the most optimal in terms of board wiping cards: Raigeki, Dark Hole, Lightning Storm, and Interrupted Kaiju Slumber. Super Poly is excellent because your opponent can't activate any effects in response, and once you have the right set of fusions in your extra deck, you can do a lot of damage to your opponent using their monsters to make your own. Twin Twist, this is excellent in clearing the back row, simply because you get to pop 2 or more cards simultaneously, as well as you can activate it immediately in response to like field spells, continuous cards, so that they don't get their effect. Anti-spell Fragrance is excellent at causing your opponent to have to set their spells before they activate them, making them susceptible to being destroyed. So let's say you open up Anti-spell Fragrance, they set their spells. For example, let's say you were using that one card Hacker Fibrax tactic where you could go off and pop up to 4 cards. Their spells would be set face down, and then you go off on your combo because you don't need spells for that specific combination, and you can pop up to 4 cards and then end on your King of All Calamities while you still have 4 cards. If you're going second, you're still gonna have 5 cards left in your hand off of that one combo. A point of the Red Lotus, this is excellent. The reason why is because cards in the hand, that information is priceless. Knowing exactly what your opponent has allows you to play your cards, your hand, perfectly without mistake. And then on top of that, you then get to banish a card out of your opponent's hand. That right there is priceless. You then get to take out a card that's probably key in their combo while knowing the other 4 to 5 cards in their hand. That right there is priceless. So your opponent goes, they open up, and right off their draw you can activate it, or you can wait until your opponent does something like activate an effect to add a specific combo piece to their hand, and the moment they do, then you would hit your Red Lotus and then banish that piece, and then you still get to see in their hand. And that's one of the reasons why I love viruses, especially Epidemic, because it's versatile in terms of spell and traps. So let's say your opponent's playing something like Altergeist, and or you're playing a deck that can incorporate this, and you have this in the side deck. You would go first, you would set your Epidemic, and as soon as your opponent draws, you activate this, all traps, boom, 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 and you get to see every card they draw for the next 3 turns. That information is priceless. Same thing, you can select spells, all your opponent's spells, boom, 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 gone, priceless, and you get to see the next 3 cards they draw. For the next 3 turns, every single card they draw you get to see. So not just during their draw phase. If they activate a monster effect that says draw, they have to reveal that to you. So knowing exactly what your opponent has in their hand as well as on their field, you can literally professionally play Yu-Gi-Oh to the T with very little to no mistakes. Evenly matched, this is excellent, especially when your opponent builds one of those awe-inspiring boards. You may force out a negate, or you may not even have to. Your opponent may not even have a card interaction to negate traps, and then you just go evenly on them. I've seen one of the major flaws players did when I played evenly, and they actually destroyed evenly before its effect resolved. They either MST'd it or they activated a card effect that could destroy it. And when they did, because on the resolution of evenly's effect was not on the field, I had no cards on the field, they had to banish their entire field. And that right there is what would really cause you to rage in Yu-Gi-Oh! You know what it is to lose your entire field off of a misplay. Like I said, with viruses, excellent. They're really self-explanatory based off of their effect. You really have to be careful of what virus you're using, because I did incur a virus deck, and I kid you not, it benefited me more than it benefited my opponent, because it then allowed me to destroy monsters in my deck, and the monsters that I destroyed in my deck, effects went off, and yeah, my opponent did regret activating the virus. Impermanence, like I said, we already went over that. Skill Drain is excellent, especially if you're playing like I ran into someone who did a Dark Magician deck, and they used the Skill Drain along with Secret Village of the Spellcasters. You know, Dark Magician is a normal monster. He's face up Spellcaster, no spell cards, and then Skill Drain to follow suit, no monster effects. Like I said, the engine that runs the current meta is basically monster and spell effects. If you can shut your opponent out of monster and spell effects, you basically win the duel. Like, hands down, you just win. If you can shut your opponent's spell and monster effects off, you just win. Like, literally, unless they have like effects that are activating in the graveyard or in the hand while your Skill Drain face up, like, that's the only way they can stay relevant. But for the most part, if you can actually design an engine where you can like legitimately shut out monster effects and spell effects, you like just basically win. Like, hands down, you win. Like, no spells, no monster effects. If your opponent can't beat over your monster with a monster of their own, because they can't play spells and they can't use monster effects, or unless they have a really decent trap lineup that can actually send monsters back from the field back to the hand, or destroy them, or send them to the graveyard, like, they are legitimately stuck. The only thing I don't like with the Village of the Spellcasters is the fact that if your opponent controls a spellcaster, that gets turned off. That's the only real downside. And if you're playing a real generic deck, especially that's using level 4 monsters, you're usually running a Summon a Monk, because you want to get that level 4 out of the field so you can do either a Synchro play, Exceed play, or even a potential Fusion play, because you can just bring another Dark Monster out, go into a Verte Anaconda, and then conduct your Fusion play. So that's like the only real downside to Village. And if your opponent is playing a legitimate spellcaster based deck, like, your Village is like, you could throw it in the garbage, because it doesn't even matter anymore, because, like, yeah. And another downside to Village is if your opponent causes you not to be able to control a spellcaster, they can still activate spell cards. So if your opponent kaiju's your spellcaster and you don't control another one, then you can't play spells, and it hurts unless you can get another spellcaster on board. Oh yeah, Mr. Bobo, I do. I just hadn't in a really, really long time. I'm gonna try to see how frequent I can actually stream. I do have a Discord now, guys, so you guys can like message me, and I can get back to you guys as soon as possible when you message. My Discord is in the description in the last couple deck requests, so you can go in any of the recent deck requests, and my Discord is right there. You can add me in Discord, and you can message me personally. I think I saw something in there with video chat and message and all kind of other high-tech features. I don't mean to sound how to put it, technology trying to see how to pronounce this word, technologically uninclined, but yeah, I I just haven't explored the app to that extent. I just almost like, Dab, get a Discord so it can be easier to stay in touch. And I was like, you know what, I'm actually gonna go do that. So I did that. Um, I also did a Twitch account as well. So I guess it'll be up to you guys. You guys, I know when I stream on YouTube, you guys get notifications. I don't know if, well, when I streamed yesterday on Twitch, I actually just was streaming. Me and one of my childhood friends, we just have this ongoing rivalry when it comes to Naruto and Soul Calibur. So I just would stream those on Twitch. I just started doing that yesterday just to test out Twitch. But I guess I could. You guys can let me know if you just want me to stream Yu-Gi-Oh specifically on the YouTube channel, and then just only stream the Naruto, and when I do get him in Soul Calibur, just stream that content only on Twitch. Or if you prefer me to stream Yu-Gi-Oh on Twitch, or all of them on Twitch, or however you guys, just give me some feedback. Let me know if you just want me to keep YouTube strictly for Yu-Gi-Oh and Twitch just for Naruto and Soul Calibur. Just let me know, so that you guys won't get notified of something you don't want to see. Next, that counter card, Soul Drain. What this does is that monsters in the graveyard and banish can't activate their effects. So like against Thunder Dragons, this would be an excellent tech card for you guys to incorporate. In the extra deck, this is just for Super Poly, the Predator Plan whatever the rest of his name is. I'm not gonna hurt my head over that. You guys can see it. You know what it is. Super Poly. Someone caught me in this before. Oh man, wait till you guys see that duel. Starving Venom, 2 darks, very simplistic. It's very easy to combo off with like Lair of Darkness because they changed the attribute of monsters to dark. So being able to make either of these in Lair of Darkness and Super Poly. My Twitch is the same as YouTube. It doesn't change. Dabna 242, same thing, simplistic. You're gonna see the Uchiha crest. You guys are always gonna know that's me. You would have no doubts exactly who that is. You're gonna know. Abyss Dweller is excellent because when cards go to the graveyard, you want to make sure that their effects don't go off. He's just like he's like a better version of Skullmeister. Thanks, Mr. Popo. Utopia package, like I told you for the OTK, you can choose which one you want to go into, whether you want to go Victory, because what Victory is going to do is he's going to go up to 56, and when he does and he declares an attack, if your opponent has a heavy back row, they won't activate, and then you can gain that monster's attack in addition to his attack, and potentially beat your opponent like that, but you won't be able to attack directly. And same thing with Lightning. Lightning will go to 5k. When he attacks, no effects can activate. And then he can also, no, he would already be 5k. So, but you just want either one of these in your Utopia package, just in case your opponent has a battle phase trap like Mirror Force. When your opponent declares an attack, Segadetsu armor, things of that nature. That way they don't go off and your attack can go through. And like I said with the Verte Anaconda, it's just to get into your fusion plays easier. Hey, what you say, Gregory? Trust me, you ain't late. You're right on time. Trust me on that. You're late when you never watch the stream. That's when you're late. Because by the time something happens and then you do get this information, you would have already lost more than one duel. The Dragon Buster, just to lock your opponent out of their extra deck. The only reason why yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. You want to utilize these things like how you use it inside the Lunar Lights. Let's say your opponent was being really disruptive and you couldn't establish like that infinite negate board. Being able to get that Utopia package out for an OTK, trust me, that's going to pay dividends. I promise you that. Because if someone shuts down what your deck mainly supposed to do and you don't have a secondary or a backup plan, then it just leaves you with like just the base monsters, and the base monsters of a lot of those decks, they don't even have more than 2k attack, and if they don't, that leaves you in a position to get OTK'd by your opponent, which you don't want to be in. One of the most defensive ways that you can defend yourself without using traps. It's just to have monsters with really high attack or defense that's going to give your opponent trouble to either beat over or destroy by card effects. One monster I should have put inside here is actually the Link 3 BLS. By using a level 7 or higher in conjunction with two other monsters, he can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects, which makes him hard to get over, and then he's 3k. So having monsters on the field with 3k or more attack, it makes it hard for your opponent to mount an offense, because it's something that now they have to try to beat over. And then with his effect, if he destroys a monster, he can gain 1500 attack points. So if he destroys a monster every turn for the next 3 to 5 turns, we talking some serious attack points there. If you keep selecting gain 1500 attack, then he can't be targeted or destroyed by card effects, which is really troublesome to get over. So that's one way to defend yourself without actually using traps. Or using traps, whether it's hand traps, field based traps, or other monster effects. That is one way to effectively defend yourself. But always keep in mind, kaijus exist. Volcanic Queen and Santa Claus exists. They only require tributing one of your opponent's monsters, so you always want to be cautious of that. You don't want to just make your Buster Blader and then just sit on it. You always want to try to press for game as quick as possible, because if they do get to out him, it can leave you in a very precarious situation where you're at a disadvantage, and that's what you don't want. Majesty's Fiend, monster effects cannot be activated, and like I said, if you can shut out spell cards and monster effects, you just about basically won the duel, because they can't ruler no more. They can't Lightning Storm, Darkhold, Regeki. They can't use monster effects to try to disrupt you or destroy your board. Like, once you shut them out, you just about basically win the duel. Like, they would have to tribute that monster off. That's pending if they have spell cards negated, because if they could combo Majesty's Fiend with Imperial Order, that's going to leave your opponent in a really, really nasty position. And not many decks run that many trap cards to say fend your opponent off. And even if they do, they still have to draw them and set them. So, like, you're still dealing with a lot of luck based off of what are you going to top deck next, or what are you going to use. Hopefully that if you are in that position, like, you have a monster wall you could rely on that's going to be effective. But given the nature of playing a deck like would use Majesty's Fiend and then follow up with Imperial Order, you're looking at really simplistic cards that are just going to pick your field apart, such as, pop a card here or banish a card here or send it back to your hand, and then they just keep hitting you directly. Because Majesty's Fiend is in play, monster effects can't activate, so cards like Battlefield and Swift Scarecrow, they just die. Side frames die. With Imperial Order in place, spell card, like I said, spell cards, they're dead. They can't do anything. The Destruction Sword, Buster, I think this one is with monster effects in the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Trap cards. Oh, Wild Card is equipped spell. Trap cards that already face up on your opponent's side of the field can't activate their effects. So cards like I think it's the Dark Sanctuary with all those eyes, I think that Bakura plays. I think it's a couple continuous trap cards. One of them is Ordeal of a Traveler, and there's another annoying continuous trap card. If you have this Destruction Sword Buster equipped, then their effects they won't be able to activate their effects. So this is another way to shut out your opponent's spell or trap card play. Vanity's Fiend, because a lot of decks special summon, you slap this and follow it up with Imperial Order, no spells, your opponent can't special summon. That also leaves them in a really precarious situation where they can't special summon to extend, and now they have to rely on their monster effects. So if you manage to get Vanity's Fiend, Majesty's Fiend, and Imperial Order on the field, you just about won that duel. Like I said, when Vanity's Fiend come to the field, that's where Kaijus, Santa Claus, and Volcanic Queen, that's where they are no longer relevant. The only thing that you can really do is hope your opponent summons another monster so that you can use sphere mode. Other than that, ooh, boy, that's a tough board to crack. I kid you not. Monster effects can't activate. You can't special summon and no spell cards. The best you could hope for is to use a trap card effect. Crap. Yeah, that's the best thing you could hope for, to use the trap card effect. Because I was going to go with the metaverse and then what's this is Mystic Mind, but then Imperial in place, so it wouldn't matter. So your best bet in that situation is to have trap cards like Compulse to be able to either send them back or to destroy them or send them back to the hand, or any of the mirror forces or anything of that nature. The Wizard Buster, I think this one for the monsters in the graveyard. Yeah, when you equip this one, you can shut out monster effects in the graveyard. So if you're playing that Buster Blader build, you want to make sure that you incorporate these and try to get them equipped so that your opponent doesn't have multiple effects that can go off in different places that can potentially break your board or put them back in the game, because they don't always need to reduce your life points to 0. They just need to acquire a win condition or potentially cause you to deck out, because they may be playing a stalling strategy and you may not even be able to attack. They may have it where it's like a loop where they may have their Buster Dragon and their Destruction Swordsman, and they could potentially get theirs out, and now everything is dragon and everything is in defense mode. So now nobody can attack or move, and then it's just, all right, I draw, you draw, I draw, you draw, and it's going to be who decks out first. So you just want to make sure that you're in a position so that that doesn't happen. The Photon Sanctuary, it's really excellent at getting 2 light tokens on the field. Even though it restricts you to light, you can still make some excellent link plays to extend, as well as it's also an easy way to get higher level light monsters on the field, like Blue Eyes and Zerberg the Mega Monarch or anything of that nature, Light and Darkness Dragon. Easily get them out on the field. And like I said, it's excellent to extend for links. If you're using like a light based link deck, you can actually use it for that. If not, you still get 2 tokens that can defend you. I mean, they have 0 defense, but depending on what you're playing, you can still make the most of it, because I think it's like Token Charade. You can pop them and then draw 2 cards. Blazing Mirror Force. Well, all the Mirror Forces are basically self-explanatory, but they're just basically all of the Mirror Forces are excellent. Like I told you, in the situation where you'd be with Vanity's Feign and Majesty's Feign, all of the Mirror Forces are excellent in helping you or to assist you in getting out of that problematic situation, along if they do have Imperial Order followed up. If you've been through Red Reboot, Rivalry of the Warlords is also excellent. I've seen players combo this with like Zombie World, so that causes your opponent not to be able to summon multiple monsters because they can only control one type, and it changes their type to zombie. This is also excellent. And this is where, like I told you guys, with the making sure that you have cards to massively clear your opponent's back row, like Lightning Storm, Twisters, Cyclone, MST, things of that nature, so that when they would initiate what I call them soft locks, because they're only 2 cards, say soft locks, where they use like Rivalry and then a type changing card or something like that, and then it restricts you from controlling multiple types. Also Gonzo Match, same thing. These soft lock cards that they use, you just want to out them so that you can get back in the game to continue playing. Solemns. Solemns were my bread and butter back in the last Yu-Gi-Oh! They paid dividends, and they still do. You just want to make sure that when you utilize Solemns, that either you're always in a position that your opponent cannot reduce your life points to 0, or that you can actually gain life points. Once you can gain life points, or you don't have to pay life points for Solemn, play as many Solemns as humanly possible, because the only thing that can respond to Solemns is another counter trap card. And depending on what Solemn you activate, your opponent can activate another counter trap card. But if you're playing like, I think Judgment should be able to respond. Let me see if I can find it so I can make sure, because I think Judgment Uh, the headache of trying to find some of these cards. Where is it? That's warning. Will you say Dragon Beat? Uh, trying to find Judgment. But anyway, yeah. Um, you just want to make sure. You just want to make sure that you're actually able to increase your life points, or your life points can't be reduced to zero, or that you don't have to pay at all when you're utilizing solemns, or any card that you have to pay life points for that matter, because you don't want to pay that hefty 4K and then you put yourself in a position to get OTK'd by your opponent because they can still extend. You want to be careful of that, because I've had opponents in that situation. They saw them pay that 4K, and the moment I extend past what they negated, and then they see, all right, I only have 4K left, and this guy can hit me for 9K. Even if I had 8K, I still lose. You know, that's the rage. Summoning Limiter is also a field spell card too that also has a similar effect. I think when your opponent summons 3 times, it automatically ends the battle phase, and then that's the field spell card's effect. And then the trap card summon limiter, it just limits it down to 2 summons. These are excellent against combo based decks, or decks that try to extend. Like, they may not go to 5, but they have like maybe 4 summons, but they can get a really decent monster out. Like, what's the guy called again? I just had Invoked. Because when they summon Alistair, they'd go Alistair and then they would link. When they go Alistair and link, Summon Limiter would just stop them. They can't fuse no more. And there can only be 1. Also, excellent at slowing your opponent, slowing my opponents down. To answer the earlier question, do I plan to go to EDO Pro? Like I was explaining to other individuals, the problem with a lot of those other Yu-Gi-Ohs that are not sanctioned by Konami is the way that they resolve cards and allow card effects to resolve. And also because I don't know if some of you guys are familiar with the TCG rulings, because I do try to keep up with the TCG rulings so that once I do get in a financial position to start buying cards again, I can actually go to tournaments. Whenever a card effect would activate that would cause a loop that would cause no change to game state, that card cannot be activated. When that would happen on EDO Pro, what would normally happen is, instead of that card not being activated, sometimes the game would just wipe the entire. Let's say I activated the card, right, that should not have been activated or would not have been allowed to activate. I'd activate it, and then let's say you have 4 or 5 cards in your field that is going to recur in that chain. The game would take your 4 or 5 cards that was holding me off and throw all them in the graveyard and let mine continue to go through, when that should not have happened at all, and you are supposed to maintain your advantage, stuff like that. So, like, I try to stick to more of the Konami sanctioned games I would play, so that whatever I'm doing, I'm 100% sure that it's valid. Because also when they do update the games too, like bringing out cards before they are officially released, not all of the time are those effects accurate, and you would have players playing like that for a month or 2, or until they get the correct effect, and all the while that win that they would have gotten wouldn't have been legitimate, simply because that was not the appropriate card effect until they actually corrected it. So, like, I just try to stick to what's actually legitimate, like what's relevant that you can actually use and make happen. Like, I do that with the cards, so that regardless if you play in this, or you're in the TCG, or you're playing on another application, whatever you are sure to see here, you should be able to execute anywhere else, guaranteed. I think it was another question. What happened to Captain Sure? I know for a fact that I am subbed to his channel. I don't know if he's subbed to mine, but it doesn't matter. But how to put it? I haven't talked to him in a while, but we did have numerous conversations, and he seemed to be a pretty cool guy. But I mean, well, I don't know if it's because I'm a YouTuber and I have a following, so like he he wouldn't disregard me, or he wouldn't ignore if I message him or something like that, to that extent, or he wouldn't disrespect me to that extent because I have a following or something to that nature. Because I mean, according to a few people, they're like, he doesn't really check or like interact like with his following or what's not to really get into his. This is just theirs, not mine. Like I said, me and him, we had a really decent interaction. We had a really decent conversation about our childhood. We play very similar games, and our upbringing is like really similar. It's just I grew up dodging rocks and glass bottle and cutlass and stuff like that, because we had a wild bunch of people, and where I am, and he probably grew up riding elephants and hunting lions and dodging lava from volcanoes and stuff like that. We incur hurricanes and tornadoes over here. He probably incurs earthquakes and stuff like that over there. That's probably like the biggest difference between the two of us. But other than that, we both breathe air. We have a mutual respect for each other. I guess whatever life throws at us, we just find a way to cope and continue moving on. So I guess that's just what he's doing, because I can't, like, the way that the world's going right now, I can't really like to say exactly what it is he's going through at the moment, because a lot of people are going through a lot of things and it's not easy, and a lot of things are being forced on a lot of the masses. So like not that the not knowing is like, all right, you can't really criticize, or you shouldn't really knock or get down on how he is, how to put it, coping with his situation or dealing with his personal situation and life where he's at, simply because, like I tell people, you don't know how hard the water is until you jump in it. So you might be saying someone wrong for doing that, or if it was you, you wouldn't have done that. But until you walk in the same water as them, you can't make that claim unless you've already been there. So his way, because I see he streams a lot of other games and stuff like that, like chess and stuff like that. No, I'm not gonna sit down and watch nobody play chess. You don't have to worry about that. But if he streams Yu-Gi-Oh, I will watch his streams. If he posts anything on Yu-Gi-Oh, I will watch it. Like, hands down, I am going to watch it. Because before I actually got started, well, I wouldn't say before, but when I did got started, and before my channel actually got out there, and I remember this, I had 5 subscribers. I kid you not, I had 5 subscribers. And I could count 4 of those subscribers, and I know who they were, hands down. I had 5 subscribers. 1 was my brother, 1 was my best friend, and 2 are my cousins. That was it. The 5th subscriber was just probably someone who played Yu-Gi-Oh and just liked what I was doing when they found out that I actually had a channel. I had 5 subscribers for about over 3 months. I only had 5 subscribers. I could never forget this. And like, it blew my mind that nobody like actually subbed to the channel. And I was like, maybe I'm doing something wrong. But that's just how it is. That's just how it goes. And then that's how I ended up stumbling onto Captain Church channel. And I was like, because like when I would put videos up, because I would go back and watch my videos, it would be Yu-Gi-Oh related. So how YouTube would recommend another video, and I was like, Captain Church, oh, I think he has like 2 million or something like that. I could be mistaken, but I know he has a decent amount of following. And I was like, oh, cool, let me see what this guy's doing that I'm not. Click, watch. And I was like, oh, our cards are the same. It's like, well, I guess that's just how it is. And then after a while, your channel starts to grow, it blows up, and then Dabna 242 is the channel where it's at because of you guys. But back to Chur's side, like I said, depending on what's going on in his personal life, if he feels he needs to play multiple games or whatever to cope with what's going on, for now, just allow him to, air himself out. And then, if he really has a love and a passion for Yu-Gi-Oh like you guys do, trust me, he will be back and he will be putting out that content. I could play a duel. I'll probably make a deck from scratch so you can have an idea of exactly, how to ratio out cards during your deck selection. Um, Yeah, I was wondering where I saw a Yu-Gi-Oh video and I saw the creator was named Mega Gaming and I was like, why Mega Gaming looks so familiar? I know I saw that gamer tag somewhere, but I could not put my finger on it. Oh wow. All right, that's where I would have saw him, where I would have seen him from. I mean, it's really good that we can cover Yu-Gi-Oh on multiple different platforms. What I would do, because I do have a Discord now, um, if you guys can for me, if you can contact them and let them add me on Discord, because it would be really interesting to actually all be in a group and be able to like, if me, Dante, Mega Gaming, and even if I could get sure, if we could have all like just be like in a forum, or like you guys can access anything, and I'm sure between the four of us would have the answer to just about anything, or be able to come up with any deck build or solution, whether if it would be possible or not. Like I feel that would be awesome. It'd be like I guess you could call it Axa Pro or something like that. Like I feel that would be really cool. I don't know. You guys can give me your thoughts on it, but that I feel that would be really cool, just to actually be made up of a panel of excellent duelists covering Yu-Gi-Oh on multiple different platforms, because then we can each give our opinion on what's going on each platform, so that other players coming into the game, they would know, hey, if you're coming to play on PS4, hey, this is what the meta is like. If you're playing on PC, this is what the meta is like. Things of that nature. Um, let's see. Mm, yeah, Omega. That's what I was explaining to someone earlier. Like how you said, you made a hand trap Invoke deck. I was told in the more competitive decks they utilize a lot more hand traps. So like your deck probably consists of at least 12 or more hand traps. I assure you of that. If you play in an invoked hand trap deck, I'm sure that consists of at least 12 or more hand traps. And if you're gonna play that deck destruction build from, I think that's Musaki's or something like that, yeah, you can throw that deck in the garbage. Like that's not gonna get you far. Um, all right, chaotic. I need to add those two then. I need to add those two. Um, join in Joe. Uh, like I said, like how you said, Joe stopped making content. Like I said, there's a lot of things going on in everyone's personal life. Not just mine's or yours. And like I said, you don't know how hot the water is until you step foot in it. So like I said, if they need the time and they need to air themselves out, like let's just be respectful and give them that. If it was you, like sometimes we just all want our space so we could breathe and then just bring ourselves back, or when we're good and ready. Yeah, Omega, that's what I was talking about, like a podcast. Like a podcast. That would be really, really awesome. I think we should be able to do it on PS4, because if I add them to the group, I mean only their voice, but yeah, we should be able to do something like that. Like that would be something, like if we could do that weekly, like schedule 3 to 4 of us, weekly, and have you guys come on. Like that would really be awesome. Like I really feel in the power behind that. Um, Okay. Yeah, like when you change your platforms too, like you have to get used to it. It's a bit different. Like before I even start streaming videos for, or even start making decks for, I think the very first deck I would have done for Link Evolution was before I even had Link Evolution. But that was too hectic. I was Galaxy Eyes. I literally had to Google to see what all cards that they had released, because you can actually Google it to see what all cards exist in the archetype. and then you could try to make an assessment. Like when I did it, I did explain that, I'm not able to actually play the build to see how good I can get it. And when I did finally build a Galaxy Eyes deck, it was even far better than that. But it was really harder to do it like that, because like you don't get to play test hands. You don't get to see exactly what you're gonna draw, how you're gonna combo off. And then because only googling cards, like I'm not googling every single card that currently exists to know, all right, this is the number of hand traps that they have out, and this is how they work, and this is the number of other archetypes in the game, and the different deck styles and builds that they have. All right, now what am I gonna put in this deck? No, I wasn't able to do that. That's why I like having the application, having all the cards at my disposal, so I can see exactly what it is they have available for me to use, and then I can then formulate like that. And then versus seeing what's being done and what my opponent's executing, play style, deck style. Because like I said, all of us in here can build a Dark Magician deck, but our card choices and our ratios are always going to differ. So that's why I said being able to see play style as well as deck style is also important in terms of card selection, and in terms of being able to play and time your cards right. I think that was it for the tech corner cards. Let's actually go and build a deck. Let's call this anything. I had a Blue Eyes Galaxy deck with Creator in it. Oh wow, that's nasty. That's nasty. I why would you want to? I think you just flex, and triple Dark Matter Dragon. That's just a flex. We all know that that's not even necessary. Yeah, they banned Dark Matter in this one. They banned a decent amount of relative cards from the last Yu-Gi-Oh. So yeah, some of the things that I actually would have liked to do, can't do, but yeah, such is life. Let me see, who do I even want to play this deck? All right. Let's see. What should I? I'll just keep it simple. I'll just go Star Seraph for now. Oh boy, that sounds like they got some crazy amount of consistency. All right, using Star Seraph because Scepter is the out of the deck. You want to make sure that you have 3 copies of him. Oh yeah, boy. I was supposed to really look at the Twilight Swan's effect to see how effective they would actually be, but yeah. I I remember when Light Swans were one of the decks that I actually used to. I think that was on PS3 though. I like really used to use because they had I think it was a dice you could roll. You select the number, and I always used to select 5 or 6. So if I roll 5 or 6, I could draw that many cards. If not, I have to discard whatever the number is rolled. So like when that happened to Light Swans, like it just used to be a massive advantage gain. Like they banned, I think that was 6 cents, and I think it was it another card? I think it was another card I also used to use, and I used to use Breakthrough Skill. So when they got milled, like you never felt it. When your turn start, like you just neg effect and then just go off on your opponent. And then the meta was in like extra deck wise, like you didn't have to worry about links, and you didn't really have to worry about pendulums heavily as much. Boy, I I'll make sure that that's on the list because I haven't actually done a Light Swan deck, and like I said, I didn't even get a chance to really go through like the Twilight Swan monsters to see how their effects work. But like I know for a fact that Light Swans were like really really good, but like with the number of hand traps now trying to extend with Light Swans, is going to become awfully difficult. And then having to deal with Nibiru, like, yeah, like it's going to take some work strategy wise to make sure that there is a way to like try to stop and stay consistent, because like dealing with hand drops, yeah, it isn't hand drop wise when you had like Vela and DD Crow and you're like, oh, you just hit me with that. Like having to deal with Nibiru is really troublesome when you're extending past that 5 summon limit, and then you really want to OTK with Light Swans. So let's see where we at. Triple Scepter, triple scale. The reason why we go Twilight Swans, like I let me put it like this: you can play anything in Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't care what it is. You can play anything. You just need to find the right engine. Think of the archetypes as the shell of a car. You just need the right draw engine to operate it so you can get it going. That's basically how all my deck construction concepts go. Like you pitch me something, I just need to find the right engine to put in the shell of that car. If you requested it, I most likely already have it on the list then. If not, like I said, I'll double check just to make sure and be on the safe side. Back to the deck build, triple scepter. The reason why we're using scale is once scale is used and exceeds summon, you special summon a monster from the hand, you're going to get an additional draw. And then we're going to use sovereignty just to draw through the deck. Would we want to go off of this? We do want a copy of the you can try it, but the issue, like I said, the only issue that I really have with dangers is the fact that if their effect goes off and they hit themselves, you don't get that +1. That actually hurts, because the purpose of dangers is like to really get something out of your hand, gain the effect of whatever it is you got out your hand, plus that draw 1 from the danger and then the monster body on board, so that you can exceed or link summon into something more threatening or something disruptive. So it's really a gamble using dangers. So like I would try to avoid using dangers as much as possible. Like I don't really want to be gambling. I want to make sure what I'm doing is intentionally strategic. Like whatever card I play, it's gonna do what I want it to do, and not be like, okay, random. Am I gonna get it today? Am I gonna get it today? Am I gonna win the lottery? Oh no, not today. And that's gonna hurt. You don't want to go neg one off air. Summon a monk. I'm gonna play him at 3. The reason why I'm gonna play him at 3, because it's gonna be like having 6 scepters. It's gonna cost me a spell card, but we're gonna see what efficient spell card we can discard and get the most off of in that regard. Now then, to accommodate the scales effect, we want monsters that can actually special summon from the hand very easily. And I think I know the perfect one. We're gonna go, it's supposed to be in P. Where is he? He should be here. There we go, Actrica. And 1 Chocolat. We have room because I want to run at least 24 monsters, and I want to run a plethora of hand traps. So we have 16 so far, and we need to get to 24. That would leave us with Bomb. I don't know if you guys saw the video when I did my deck analysis prediction on which a monster to hand trap ratio is supposed to be. If you go there and you look at for link summoning, you're gonna see where you're gonna need at least I think it's 6 or more hand traps, or is it 8 or more hand traps? And that is just how much room I have to put in terms of monsters. I have it ranged, I think, from about 24 monsters to I think 30 monsters for link summoning for this game. If you go back, you'll see just how deadly accurate my prediction was for deck building for this style of Yu-Gi-Oh! Ahead of time. That is literally like when you know, all right, something's going to be more fast-paced, you're going to need to slow it down as well as be effective. We're going to go Ash. Can't get enough of your Ash, your Nibiru. I think I also did. I think I had multiple streams where I was doing Red Dragon as well, and you guys would see like when something didn't line up or didn't go right. As I made my comments and then made the adjustments and then went and duel, you guys saw the corrections and it did pay dividends. Where's my next sister? Should I use Ghost? Nah, Velo will work. Sorry, where am I? Velo, that gets me what, 25. Let's cut Juggler. You just cut Juggler so we can get 24. So we now have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Sorry. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then we're going to run the trifecta of impermanence to make 12. So that gives us a really decent hand trap lineup. That's more than a quarter of our deck, meaning that we should open up with at least one hand trap in our opening 5-card hand. Where is it? Infinite impermanence. 2, 3. So that gives us 12 hand traps to work with, which is a really decent ratio, especially when dealing with the meta. And when you don't have to utilize them right away, it still keeps you with the game advantage, having those resources for later. Alright, that's our 3 traps. I don't like to go over the 4 trap cards. I usually don't, unless like the archetype requires it or the strategy requires it. So I just like to keep it simple. Now for a 4th trap card, I'm not sure yet. We're not going to go there. What we're going to do is we're going to keep expanding on our engine so that we can keep gaining the advantage. Now what we want in this scenario here is spell cards that we can actually utilize. Let's see. What can we use? I can use Inferno Reckless Summon. No, sorry, not Inferno. No, I was thinking about Chain Summoning. I could utilize that to give me multiple summons. Monster Reborn #1. You can't forget that. That's a staple. Should always be playing that. We also would need for field clearance, that's called Lightning Storm. We just need spell cards that we can actually utilize, whether it's going first or second. So you may most likely want to clear the board. So let's go Lightning Storm. It's excellent going second when your opponent sets up that heavy back row. Like, you can't get enough of that. Now it's because we run so many hand traps. It's not really mandatory that we run Ruler no more. So I'm just gonna put it in the side deck for now, because you don't want to pick up a Ruler no more and you don't have a summon amount. Yes I am just keeping it simple so you can understand like ratios, monsters to hand traps, and then spells to traps, and then what you should be looking for to utilize so that you can like keep and maintain your advantage. Let's see now. Charge LMQ. I must keep passing it. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, that's why. My bad. Sorry. We're just gonna put 3 of those down there. That's like worst case scenario. Because you play so many hand traps, you should be able to hold off if they're making any of those ridiculous boards. Time Thief. Time Thief is also good too. Time Thieves aren't bad at all. Let's see. We have a Lightning Storm. We're not playing Ruler. Let's go with. Yeah, that's how it always is. It's always the same principle behind deck building. Always. Just trying to find the right engine to run the body. That's it. let's go with, if I use chain summoning, like I don't feel chain summoning is even necessary. Just probably a greater advantage. Just probably a greater advantage. Let's go with mind control. Because we are gonna utilize some links. So if we do mind control and it's another level 4, we can just use it for link summoning. So we just go double mind control. How else can we hard press our opponent? Upstart. When in doubt, always go upstart. It's always that free 39 card deck. What can we use to increase our draw? I was thinking about Crackdown, but nah, I want to go for a virus. I really want to use a virus. The reason why I want virus is because if I open up first turn, then I could destroy all spells or all traps, and that's going to be far better than Crackdown. Because with the draw rate, I would just be like through the roof. I would actually want to run a trifecta virus and 1 impermanence, but the reason why I want to run trifecta impermanence is because if I'm forced to go second, yes, Ouroboros and then virus. I think you guys would have saw me done the Ouroboros and then virus, so you guys know just how deadly that really is. So if you're forced to go first, or if you want to go first, you can just go Ouroboros, virus, their opponent down by neg 1. Now you get to see in their hand and then destroy all spell or all traps. But the reason why I want to go trifecta impermanence this time over the virus, because I'm not playing Dark Lords. With Dark Lords, I could have gotten the interaction of the trap card out of the graveyard, but whereas I won't have that at my disposal. If my opponent sets up a board, I want to make sure that I can stop that board via trifecta of impermanence, because virus in the hand and my opponent sets up a board, virus dies. Virus won't even get to go off because they're gonna have me hard pressed. But with impermanence, along with the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other 9 hand drops, I should be able to slow my opponent down enough that it's not really disruptive for me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I can actually stand a chance and, you know, get another turn in. Let's see. I have space for 5 more cards. I want to make sure that all of those are spells, just for some of the monk's sake. Let's do a multi. We're gonna go with chain summoning. I'm actually gonna throw that in there. We're gonna put in chain, and we're also going to put in pot. Pot of Adverice to be exact. Banishing 10 cards from your deck, like I told individuals, like you really need a really strong main deck strategy, because you're going to potentially put yourself in a position to get deck out, and that's what you don't want. Like if someone just sits and be like, all right, if my opponent gets rid of 10 cards, then they draw 2, that's done 12, and they already picked up 5, that's done 17. That leaves you with 23 cards, and if you're drawing more cards, I only have to get rid of 20 of my opponent's cards. All right. And then you put yourself in a position to automatically lose. And that's what you don't want. Unless you can reoccur your cards, like using Necroface to put them back. Other than that, if you don't have it, I don't recommend you do such a thing. Let's see. What else do we have at our disposal that we can use? We can drop in Raigeki. Monster Reborn. This run out one. Where is it? This one here. See, that's the thing, Omega. When you talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, you talk about speed. If, like, how you're using your jar, right? Let's say I go first. By the times I spam and I get 3 or more monsters out, and I then pop and then I link, I'm gonna most likely have 5 or more monsters in my grave. So if I draw into my pot, I can actually put 5 of my extra deck monsters back and then draw 2 cards from my deck, and then I could potentially draw into my hand traps. Um, yeah, into my hand traps, and then be able to have a better um, disruption during my opponent's turn. Whereas you have to set your jar, and then you actually have to wait, and then when you like jar and then try to put back your 5, by the times then your opponent can actually be in a position to neg your trap, and that's what you don't want. Or just immediately when the turn starts, summon something like what's the level 4 name? Uh, Denkoseka, and then you can't activate face down. So you just want to make sure that you have one of the best first turn setups to be able to slow your opponent down, and then when they go off, you just like stop their deck from running efficiently, and then you basically win at that point. So that's something you just want to make sure. When it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh, it's all about speed. Trust me, the faster your deck is, the more consistent and effective you can be. But the slower your deck is, you cannot speed up your style of play because you literally have to wait to make a play and then activate the card. That's something you don't want. That's one of the things that I do give them credit for when they made the Dark Magicians. Being able to, when a effect resolves, you draw a card, and if it's a spell or trap, you can set it and activate it the same turn. That's one of the things I give them a whole lot of credit for when they made that card. Target 3 monsters in the graveyard. If you do, special summon one of them. That's Monster Reborn. And banish the rest. The effect wouldn't get negated. But I doubt a player would actually say, give me a scepter back or something like that. But I wonder if I should use it just to have another form of revival. Oh, I could use Living Fossil. Like, I'll just use Living Fossil so that I don't have to rely only on Monster Reborn. So, like, drawing through the deck and you'll be like, okay, I need a Monster Reborn to revive a card. I can just use Fossil because I'll be Exceed Summoning. The monster won't get banished and I would still gain its effect. So I can do that. Should I incorporate 2? Yeah, should I incorporate 2? I'll put one on the side for now because I'm still undecided. Target one monster in the graveyard whose level is lower than the discarded monster's level. Special summon it and equip it with discard the equipped monster's effects in the garbage. I do not want that because I have to discard a card, whereas I could just play Living Fossil and re-incur my monster and then overlay with it without discarding that card. I have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 spells. I usually like about the 14 spell ratio. I really do. Now the question is, should I cut Monk and Heart Tricker for 2 more spells? That's the question. But then what 2 spells would they be? Because you do want to keep the consistency up. You don't ever want the consistency to fall. And then you do want, maybe 12 would be enough. I'm not sure, but we are going to test it out to see. I'm really thinking along the lines of, I have 3 monks. If I pick up 3 monks, only one of them are actually going to be valid. If I pick up 3 monks. And if I pick up 2 isn't bad. If you pick up 2, you don't mind a dead one because your opponent does stand or have the potential to actually neg the effect. Interesting dilemma. Or should I go with a 23 monster come 13th spell? The more spells you have, it's always the better. Always the better. Let's do... Should I cut? No. See, I want it off a chair. Because once chair come and I get scale, if I have scepter in hand, I can special summon another scepter and then continue to go off. How many normal summons would that give me? That would give me 6 normal summons. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to cut my normal summons down to 5, so I'll only use 2 monks, and I'm going to add in an additional spell. Now, the question is, what shall we add in? What shall we add in? Let's see. Um, what can we utilize that's going to be effective? We can use Regeki and we can use Twin Twisters. Uh, mm, let's see what they have in the related card section. We can incorporate Honest as well. I'll put Honest in the side. It comes really good like if you end up getting locked out and you can't special summon from your extra deck and you need to beat over. Honest helps you in that aspect. Um, hmm, hmm. What can we? Oh, Photon Veil. Photon Veil. That's what I could have utilized. And actually gotten the cards that I want from my deck to my hand once I pick up 3 light monsters. The only issue is I have 1, 2, 3, 4. How many are not light? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 monsters that are not light monsters. That'd be the only issue. But I think that's what we put in. We're just gonna put in the Photon Veil. If we draw a copy of it with 3 lights, then we basically get our engine. Don't really want to put in two. I mean, Upstart is good, but there's really nothing like actually having what you need, like putting in yarn what you actually need. So we're just gonna run 2 copies of that. 3, 3, 1, 2, 2, reborn. Yeah, 2 options to reborn, 2 options to actually get what you want, 2 options to take control, a trifecta of field destruction, um, so we could extend our summons, just to really um, stop spells or traps from being played before they're actually played. Disruption, add special summon, disruption. Alright, now on that extra deck, let's go with our rank 4s. And I am going to use some devastating rank 4s. There's one rank 4 in particular that I used to play that I'm going to continue to play now. It's going to be double Deltaros. Once he has exceed material on him, your opponent cannot activate trap cards in response to the summon of your monsters. So you have no need to worry about them compulsing and doing all other fancy stuff. But Guska is actually really good. Could open a first turn set and annoy my opponent with that. I wouldn't play the Utopia package in this. I could, but I wouldn't. Uh, it like I said, it's just really card choices during deck construction. So even though you may say, "What is my thoughts on spells and kaiju hand traps?" Like it depends on what the goal or the motive of the deck actually is when you actually playing something like that. Because you can go a couple of different routes. You can actually go an OTK route. You can go a stall route. You can even go a burn route. Because you can also utilize, since you're playing kaiju's, you can utilize the Mystic Mind. You can utilize burn cards along with cards that restrict your opponent from attacking. Um, well, Mystic Mind is one of the best cards at that, but you can utilize other cards to do that as well. And then you can utilize like an OTK strategy using like Chizukiru, doubling his attack, and then I think it's another spell card. You pay life points equal to that monster's attack. You'd want to play that first, so you can double Chizukiru's attack to 66, and then you can play limited removal to double that 66 to 12. Let me see, sorry, 13 over 13k. You'd have Jizukiru over 13k, and you know that monster can attack directly. There's no restriction on that. And if you're playing like Harness to back him up, you can then even power up to whatever attack your opponent's monster is. So yeah, like it's about 3 different ways you can play that. It might be even a deck destruction way. Who knows? But for sure, right off the top of my head, that was just 3 ways. We're going triple Ouroboros in this. Where is he? I'm gonna go triple Ouroboros because, like, why not? What else can we utilize as an exceed? Um, if that's the case, then what you could do, uh, no, that card requires you to inflict battle damage. I was gonna say you could use. I think it's a continuous trap. When you inflict battle damage to your opponent, they have to discard Robbing Goblin. That allows you to discard one random card from their hand. Yeah, stuff like that. And there's nothing worse than seeing your opponent play pot and recycle their harness back to the deck. Then you just don't want to attack no more. uh, let's see, rank 4. What triple rank for? Oh, I love that one for the battle phase. I have to use that number. Where is she? I think it's Masquerade. I gotta use that. Um, just in case my opponent does have power monsters, that's a free draw 1, and Castell would be better in that situation. I would prefer Castell for a rank 4. I want to link first. Let me get into some links first. Let's go link 2. We're gonna go. Of course, IP going in there. You don't have to worry about that. And then we're probably gonna run that Nightmare engine. Where is IP? IP. We're gonna run both of them. Then we're gonna go 3. We're gonna go Unicorn. Then we're gonna go. We could make Alvramax, and we can also make Borrow Sword, but I need space for Borrow Sword. So we'd only use Delrose is good for annihilating the field. So I like having 2 of those. Ouroboros, I like raping the hand. Let's see. I guess we'll just cut because we're gonna use Baguska and Timeless. So I guess we'll just cut Ragnar 0, and we're gonna put in the Borrow Sword. And what other Exceed monster I wanted for rank 4? I was saying Castell, but no need. With Baguska, we could open up first turn and just really annoy our opponent. And then if we're going second, we're really going to rely on Deltros. But if need be, we're going to go Ouroboros and then go from there. Now, another sickening thing is, if I do Ouroboros, I like the effect from... Ooh, that would be a trap card that I actually would want to run. But I actually want the Imperm. What I am going to do... What I am gonna do is I actually want to test this out. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Dark Coffin. I actually want to test out these anti-magic arrows. Yeah, so user is really good. Really good. One of my favorite combinations are these 2 cards that you need, and you can make Zaryuja very easy with 2 cards. That's I'll go and show you them. Let me check out this anti-magic arrows. At the start of the battle phase, for the rest of this turn, after this card resolves spells and traps and their effects cannot be activated cards. Oh, that's not bad at all. First, I gotta be able to get to the battle phase. If my opponent already established a board, then yeah. Oh, the 2 cards. What's that? Sky Strikers. My favorite 2 cards to easily make. To make these Zaryuja. Plus, you can further extend because of the number of tokens you have on the board. You're going to use Haunted Ruins. Haunted Ruins is going to carry you into the Kagari, and then you would normal summon level 4. Let's go Jern token. there we go. The Phantom Sky Blaster. What this does here is yeah. I mean, Mystic Shine Ball is all right, but then they can actually ash that play. That's the issue with that. They can actually ash that play. That's what you don't want. You don't want your play to get ashed, and you pay in life points. That hurts. Um, you would use the Hornet Drones to make Kagari to bring back the Hornet Drones, or Hornet Drones for the token. You would then have two monsters in play. When you summon Sky Blaster is going to give you a token for every monster currently in play. Currently in play, you would have Sky Blaster, the token from Haunted Drones, and the Kagari, giving you 3 more, meaning your link zone is full, and all 5 of your monster zones are full. You would then link one of the tokens off into the whatchamacallit? Link Spider. You'd link it in the Link Spider, and then you'd use Kagari, Link Spider, a token, and the where he is, Sky Blaster. You'd use those 4, make the Saryuja, draw your 4 cards, and then put 3 back, and then you still have 2 tokens in play that you could use, and you can go right into Masquerena for disruption. Easy 2 cards are usually disruption setup play. I wonder if I should actually utilize that in this deck. You know what? I think I'm going to splash that into this deck. I kid you not. I'm going to splash that in. Let's cut a... if I put that in, I need to take out one that's not light. So let's go... Mind Control is really good. But if I go in first, it's not going to pay dividends. So let's do this. The Sky Blaster. Then we're actually going to cut a Ouroboros. We're going to put her in. And then we're going to need to slip this guy in. We can cut... what I added in? Let's take down the Imperm first, because I actually want to try the Dark Coffin. And I need to slip this guy in there. Let's put him in, and I like to keep it as close to 40 cards as possible. If I can't find something to take out, then I'd leave it at 41 or 42, but I like to keep it as close to 40 just to keep my ratios on point. I really want to keep 12 hand traps. I really do. Alright, we're just going to go the 2 hot because I need to take out something that's not light. I don't want to cut Nibiru because I could put Nibiru and need 2 of them, or 3 Nibirus back if I pick up 3 Nibirus that I don't need, or Vela and Nibiru in one of them, and actually get, you know, a trifecta of sovereignties or scepters. And yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Oh, we also need to put in before I forget, we also need to put in the Saryuja. What will we cut for Saryuja? Let's cut the Boro Sword. We'll cut the Boro Sword for Saryuja. Because I really like the Avramax over Boro Sword. The reason being is, even though you can go Boro Sword and with Masquerena and make it cannot be destroyed by card effects, he can still be targeted, meaning that any target effect that would banish him, send him back, or send him straight to the graveyard or anything like that, he's done for. But with Avramax, you can make him cannot be destroyed, he can't be targeted, plus he powers up, and your opponent can't attack your monsters on the field. So I would prefer him over the Boro Sword in this situation, for this deck build specifically. So anything, and we're gonna test it out. Q and O. Oh man. See, this guy rides with the paper gang. Let's go see this. And we're gonna go second. Like I told you, depending on your deck build in the style, like, you can sit back and relax, and you know, it's really no pressure. Wow, this sound is horrible. You send juice? Oh, lose one turn. Wow. That's scary. Wow. I have my turn. Much better. Not time to go to work. Just clear that trash up. See what I said when I was deck building? I said if Chair draw him, that's the easy special summon. Yeah, we don't want to put scale. Nope, not activating anything after that. 15 and 8 and 18. That'll be more than that, so we're gonna do that. Battle. Oh dang, I forgot Scepter came off Summon Among. Doesn't matter though. Let's see now. We want him. Attack mode will work. Pop Monk. Sovereignty to replace him. Defense. All right, and we can make him, which would be hereditarily nasty. Hmm. Playing your Senjus. Do they have what do they have? That may be nasty. No, the moment he summons that, that's the okay. We should be good. We don't need to extend no further past that. We good. Oh, thanks. Okay, keep going. Don't stop now. Yeah, but it didn't get that far. Small things though. You just pick off one monster at a time. I guess it might have to do for financial reasons or stuff like that. If it ain't there in the budget, because like even a lot of businesses and companies like what's currently going on, like they really hurt. Like only really like the pharmaceutical industry and maybe one or two like the morgue. Um, they're probably the only ones who probably still making a decent amount of income. So it could be you know financial wise because you may not have a lot of people buying as many games and or even playing them due to the nature of what's going on. Some people can't even afford to keep their power and water on. Some situations really dire. So you know it from a business standpoint, they have to make sure that the market is there, that they have a decent amount of people who actually purchase the game so that they could have that income and keep that cycle going to be able to actually update the game. Because if not many people are actually playing, they won't have a decent income. So updating the game wouldn't make sense. So trying to create another game, so that they could get that large revenue income from actually purchasing the game versus an update. You know. Um. I mean, let me put it like this: if it was me and I had a company, I compete with my own games. You know why I compete with my own games? Because no matter what game they buy, that money, that moolah, that getting in my pocket. So if your competition is yourself, the only thing that's gonna happen is you're gonna make yourself richer, because it's gonna be a pull between individuals on which platform or which game should we play. And then you're gonna have some individuals who are just torn between the two, who would actually go and buy the two. So as long as they spending money on your product, or for your company, you're gonna make that money at the end of the day, no matter what. So me, I was competing with my own company or with my own game. You don't have to worry about that. But when you have outside competition, that's where the pressure is, because now you're looking at, loss of income and not being able to make the estimated revenue, or, meet that budget or that quota for when you develop a game. So all those things play a factor in a role, as well as the development team, the people who creating the games and who's supposed to update them. They may not have the money in their cycle to be able to pay them to be able to do so. Then it's like, all right, create the game, but we don't have enough manpower on staff to be able to update the game, because we're not making that income or that revenue. You know, it's you have to think from like a business perspective. If it was you, like, how you gonna pay all these people to keep doing these things, and then you're looking at, all right, you don't have enough, how to put it, enough people in the market to be able to support that. Whenever you don't have how to put it, a stable market to support what you need to have done, that's where the issue comes in. Oh, Chaos Max. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I know. I know. Oh, hold your horses, buddy. I know who tell you could do that. Yep, looks so. But you see how effective, like I told you, with running 12 hand traps, you should be able to open with one in your opening hand to be able to disrupt your opponent play. And then that leaves them in somewhat of a crappy position. And they don't want to be in a crappy position. Koama, you don't think what can compete? Because if you're talking about Chaos Max, you really should go look at the Chaos Max deck on my channel. That thing can go. Well, with Duel Links, as far as I've seen, like that 3 card standard play, like I don't know how many of you guys actually watch the what they call it, the Yu-Gi-Oh 7. Yeah, that's garbage. That really is garbage. But yeah, it looks similar to that, like just 3 monster zones, 3 spell and trap card zones. I don't really get it. Like, I think I'm about 37 episodes in. I really stopped watching that. Like they, yeah, they just made the anime. No, not Vrians. Yu-Gi-Oh 7. It's called Yu-Gi-Oh 7. Like, that's garbage. I don't know how much more episodes I can stomach. That way too childish for me. Way too. Um, yeah, my turn. would you put a Romage in terms of tears? Uh, that's rough. I haven't actually played a Romage that much, but basically I tear decks on how they open, how you start. If you have no start, you can't play. That's when you locked out. How you start, the amount of cards that can interact with your start, as well as when you begin the combo off and their interactions, the amount of hand traps that can disrupt you during there. That is how I basically put decks into tiers, and then their efficiency when they do get set up. That is how I actually rate decks. Because if every time you start on your first turn or to initiate a play and you play a card and multiple hand traps can disrupt it, that's cheaper. You don't play with no cards at all, because it don't make no sense. That literally doesn't. You want to make sure that like cards with effects like Pinkertops and stuff like that, like when your opponent activates something, you can immediately tribute it to pop another card on the field. You want to be swift. That's what where I talk about speed earlier. You want to make sure that your deck is as fast as possible, because you can play a fast deck slow, but you cannot play a slow deck faster. You want that speed. You want that versatility. That's what you want. You need that. All right. Let's see what we get. Yeah, exactly. Like that maximum summon. Like I like if they actually bring that out in Yu-Gi-Oh now, like I literally don't even know what to do. Like that's like, but like I said, how they play it, they only playing using 3 zones and not 5. So I don't know. We just have to see how it go. Just have to see how it go. But like as of right now, it ain't nothing. Yeah, it's just rough all around the world. That's that. Oh, I forgot I could do that. Mm, wow. Mm, and the thing is, they just allowed him to summon so much in that, like, it's like it doesn't even matter. Like it's like summoning, and you get to draw 5 cards every time you start your turn. Like basically, you just play with your whole hand every chance you get. Like literally, that's what it is. Just play with your whole hand. I'm not even sure exactly what card that is. I'll have to check it out. But I think as far as the FA is concerned, I think they are like those attack point base increasing by level, something like that, of that nature. All right, cool. Thanks. Wow. Oh boy. Yeah, boy. Oh boy. That's not gonna do it. That's game. Back to the drawing board. And see, the thing is, even though I run in, no, I'm not even running 12 hand traps. I should have been running it because the card that I had face down was actually Dark Coffin. If I had Imperm, when he activated the implication effect, I could have negated it and he wouldn't have gotten the recycle on the spell. I should have been running it. I wanted to try that Dark Coffin. That Dark Coffin was my fault. Alright, that's one L we didn't have to take. Alright, back to the basics. Oh, that's like a burn. Like I said, it all depends on the scenario or the situation you in. Like, you... Why can't join? Like, if you're playing, like, something where you can actually cause your opponent to pay 300, I need to look at the ruling. I'd have to check with the card ruling, because if your opponent has 300 or less life points, the question would be, do they still have to pay that, or do they automatically lose? That's the thing. Livable. Oh, Yang Zing. This can be interesting. Good old-fashioned supply squad. Oh boy. Bam, bam, boom. Alright, give him a free pass. Oh boy. Well, when you start playing competitively, that's what it can be, because it's going to be the same thing with your opponent. If your opponent opens up and you go in second, I guarantee you, you are going to wish that you did have this. You don't want to be in that situation or in that position. You just want to make sure that when your opponent does, you are playing the right hand trap to be able to. Alright, time to go to work. Oh. I think I may change the hand drop lineup a bit. I think I know what I want. Let's try this. Oh wow, look when you show up to the party. Alright, let's go. Because he has that. Oh wow, that ain't about effect at all. Oh no 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 no. Alright. Oh crap, I was holding down on circle. Didn't even saw that. Whenever you're ready. Don't matter, just cast another deck. Alright. And I have no synchros. Wow. Alright. Let's go edit this. Let's change. We're gonna cut one of the bells and we're gonna put in a third Vela. And then we haven't even gotten the Sky Blaster nor the Tingum for Kagari. So we're just going to disregard that on the whole, and we're just going to get a third monk. So if we're in that position, we can just get our scepter quicker. And then let's cut the Kagari. We can then put back, we could put in Boros Sword. Or we could put in Ouroboros. I go to Ouroboros. We can put in. You can put in the Upstart. Oh, that wouldn't be a bad card to have. That'd actually be kind of good. Let's cut. We can cut one veil, and we're gonna go. I think that's Metaphors. Where is it? Metaphors Fusion. We'll utilize that. I should make that a trifecta, you know. Let's make that a trifecta. Swap in O. No, we leave it at 2, because even if I recur 2, if I get 2 in the graveyard, I still could only resolve 1. Mind Control didn't even pay that much dividends. Let's go. Mm, Dilemma, decisions. Let's go. But that's depending on how I open. Let's go. We just go upstart to be on the safe side. All right. Shimmy, just let me know when you're ready. We could afford to go second. See why I didn't want a third? Oh boy. What do we learn? All right. All you ask is what caliber of see how important that third effect really was by switching out that one goes. Oh boy. Oh man. You have to understand about the anime and real life. In the anime, they are card restricted. And what I mean by card restricted, like they can only play what they give them in the anime. I do believe if in the anime they had an infinite choice like we do with our card selections, being able to buy and acquire, they'd be much better duelists. They really only do the anime to paint a really good picture so that the cards would sell. They want to show the cards off. That's how Konami made their money. They make the anime, they show off these cards, they promote these cards on boxes, booster packs, structure decks and stuff like that. That's how they make their money. Um, but if, like you said, according to being considered a legendary duelist, like you would have a decent amount of duelists who fit that category. Like that category would literally be full now. Like you have a lot of people doing way more than what characters in the anime have done, even with their own archetypes, like Black Wings. Like, you know how many Black Wing players can actually play Black Wings better than Crow? I mean, they may not be able to play it as good as, some of the other top tier Black Wing players, but they still doing more than what the individual who had the archetype can actually do in anime. So, like, you understand what I'm saying? So, like, in anime, they were restricted, so you can't really hold it against them. Because, like, before the cards come out, for us, and they are using it in anime, we see in the extent to which they can use it only because that's only what is allowed in anime. Now, if we were in their world, we'd be subject to the same ruling. But if you brought them in ours, then they'd be subject to ours. And I sure you do not want to see the Pharaoh walking around here with infinite card choices. That would be a disaster. Yeah, the anime effects, dude. You have to remember when they do bring them out in anime, because our ruling for cards and effects differ. You still have to understand that when they releasing these effects, they have to look at, because remember in the anime now, they're not playing every single card that came out. That's how come we have a forbidden and limited list. They don't in the anime. So they do have to look at, alright, how strong is this effect when you bring this card out? Because when it's in conjunction with another card, it's going to be legitimately, unbeatable. Or it's going to lock your opponent out and then they can't do anything. Stuff like that. Oh, yeah. That, listen to me. That was one of the most brokenest. I thought Port agreed to deserve to be banned, but no, not after seeing Card of Sanctity. Oh, we both draw until I have 6 cards. Like, that's ridiculous. That literally, and that ain't even Card of Sanctity. If you guys play this game and you go and you look at Card of Sanctity's effect, that doesn't even come close. Like, you have to banish your whole hand or something like that to draw, 2 cards? But boy, that's utterly ridiculous. Alright, we can take out those Metaphors Fusion. That was not a good card choice. We need something for speed. We really do. Let's go with Hand Destruction and see if that helps. Back then, at least when Yu-Gi-Oh first came out, it used to be triple Pedigree, triple Graceful Charity, and that was like awesome. Oh yeah, that was the strangest thing I've ever seen. The Pharaoh told Giant Soldier of Stone, Shimmy, you can send a request. Told Giant Soldier of Stone to attack the moon. It attacked the moon and then say, the water dried up. Now all the sea monsters, them, they can't attack and they lose attack points. I was like, but what the hell? Is this really Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah, that's what it's for. That's what the ban list for in the TCG. But in the anime, they don't actually have a ban list. They don't. They just play whatever the creator gives them. Like whatever he gives them, that's that. So if the creator only gives them, oh crap. Anyway, I guess it doesn't even matter. I was gonna say I don't even have a side deck, but yeah, whatever the creator gives them in anime, like that's what they play. They don't have a forbidden and limited list, so they don't have to worry about those cycles and stuff like that occurring, like how we have to worry about. Because you don't want all right, two people initiate a duel, they cause a chain, and now there's going to be no change in game state. Just effects keep going off, but nobody could win. That's where the issue comes in. So they try to limit that, and as well as try to keep it as, I guess, as fair as possible. Yeah, back then. Now, shoot. Every time cards come out, they always have to review like card combinations, and then they have to see if it's even feasible to unban cards, depending on like that's why they unban. That's one of the reasons they unbanned. What's it called? Regeki, because now they have so many monsters that. Hey, hold on. I don't know who told you you could do all that. Why they unbanned Regeki, because there's so many monsters now that can't be destroyed by card effects. So like playing Regeki now is legitimately fair. But back in the day, like you summon Dark Magician, Blue Eyes, Lackluster Soldier, anything of that nature, and then you play Regeki, like you done had to sacrifice 2 for Blue Eyes and Dark Magician, and you had to tribute a level 8 for BLS, and then someone comes right there, and then they play Regeki, 1 card. This is gonna be remotely interesting. Let's go for it. You could tell me thank you later. Oh, Predator plants. Alright. Imperm? Alright, that's cool. I hope you have one for chair. Alright, Imperm activated in the very middle zone, so no spells or traps are to be played in that. Battle. Boy, you're right. Because trust me, the amount of headache you have to go through doing card research and then trying to figure out if it's plausible to ban or unban a card. What a lot of people fail to realize is that, yeah, you might be begging for a card to be unbanned, but what Konami looking at the bigger picture is we still making more new cards. How are we going to release these cards if we just go right there? Alright, we are going to unban this card, and then the moment we unban this card, when we release a new card, we got to go right back there and ban it again, because it's still just going to contradict or cause an issue with the card we just released. And if we don't keep making new cards for y'all to purchase, we can't make money, so the cycle can't continue. So a lot of people don't see it that way, but that's just the way it is. That's what it takes. You have to do research. If you want to improve, if you want to get better, you have to be knowledgeable. Knowing is power. If you don't know, then you're going to get outplayed, or you're going to misplay, and then your opponent is going to outplay you, and that's what you want to try to avoid. As much as you could learn, try to learn. Some people might say, oh, ain't nothing I could learn from nobody. That is not true. There might be a situation where a player misplays unintentionally, and it causes a situation that you never would have encountered until that misplay actually took place. Oh, child's play. 10,000 or more can be destroyed. Alright. Alright. See how you can get there. Trust me, even when I wasn't playing Yu-Gi-Oh and I didn't have a Yu-Gi-Oh game, like just through watching the anime, that's how I found out that you could actually Google every single card in their archetype and find out. You could even check to see what cards are only in the anime and what are actually only TCG and any other related cards, and they actually gave you background history and knowledge on the card, so you could actually know where the card came from or where it was derived from. That's before Yu-Gi-Oh came to PlayStation 3. So, because I think I was playing the Tag Force. I was playing the Tag Force specials. That's all the Yu-Gi-Oh I had in my life at the time, and that wasn't much. So, yeah. Well, Shimmy, you're down to one face down card. I hope that's a really good card. This is where Heart of the Cards comes in. Let's see who gets lucky first. Oh boy. Oh, I should have read that effect. Oh, I really should have read that effect. Mm-mm. Yep, as you do your research, trust me, when you find better cards and then see exactly how best to utilize them, it always does when you go to deck build, because it just helps you make better choices when you're selecting those cards. Alright, you need to keep that in mind whenever I see that card again. I give him a free monster and life points. Alright. It's about time. Cheers. Let's read our effect to be on the safe side. You can only use each effect of the following. Alright. If you gain life points, target cards in your opponent's graveyard up to the number of Romish monsters you control, banish them. You can special summon this card from now. Okay. We good. playoff? Oh, okay, that's good. That's good enough. Say 10,000 is the mark. Okay, so we could do that. Alright, that'll be in our best interest. Well, you almost to 10,000, Shimmy. 1, 2. No, we don't need to be that destructive. Alright, so we can do this. Yeah, that's an extra 300. Be alive. Yep, we want to return it to the hand. We don't want that special summon again. Get back. Awesome. And another good habit to get into, even though you may not be playing against what's they called what the World Legacy cards called, Match Knights. Try keep cards in singular zones so that if you do end up running into them, your play practice would already have you set up so that they would have to put 2 cards in the column and not you, or try to get another card in your column so they'd be able to get their effects off. So always try to single card play different columns. And one of the tech cards is Iron Dragon Titanimo. That's an excellent way to play around them as well, because once 3 cards in a single column, you can special summon himself and then destroy all cards in that column. Let's see what you're playing, at least the rest of what you're playing. Oh wow, jackpot, jackpot. Let's go jackpot. Wow, 3 of them in a row. Wow, I win the slot machine. Aroma gardening. Wow, trifecta. Oh man. Oh boy. I really want to see what you're going to draw on your next turn. Alright. I really don't have a side deck, so um hmm. I wonder, yeah. Let's do this. So we could get rid of that early. My side deck is garbage. I didn't really have time to do a side deck, so alright. What do you say, Dragon Beat? Oh, he gets to decide. Ah, hot dang. I thought I was decide. Oh, thank you. I really wanted to go first. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. All right. Now. Thanks. I try. I really do. You see what I did there? Singular zones. You always want to practice this. Like I said, just in case you run into Mech Knights. Worst case scenario. Alright, we're getting Ouroboros this one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Oh, that's what he chose. Wow. Alright. I guess he wants to lose a card. Oh, instant fusion? That effect looks so good. I think I should see that again. For all the marbles. Oh wow. Wow. Alright. That ends my turn. Well, you know I ain't attacking while the guard face up on the field. You don't gotta worry about that. Alright. Wow, that's petty. Alright. Sorry. Pay 1,000 life points out when a Roman monster from your deck to your hand. Oh, okay, that's cool. You can do all of that. That's the reason why I cited out that card, because I already knew that his deck really revolves around using his continuous cards. So, side note, that card, it really wasn't no need. That's a lovely lady you had in there. I don't know why you won't bring it to this horrifying battlefield. This really is going to be tragic. Um, that's tough to say. The reason being is you have to look at card choices. Is like what you're trying to do in the deck, and then like you can actually splash in a couple of cards. It just depends on what they are to assist with what you want the Black Rose deck to do. You see what I'm saying? Is like let's take Evil Thorns for example. This would be excellent in a Black Rose deck because when you tribute it, it's gonna get you two more, and then burn them for 300. The more plant type monsters you have in the graveyard, the more you can how to put it, you can get off Black Rose's effect because you can just use in conjunction cards that are gonna put your opponent's monsters face down defense position, so that you can utilize the effect to bring them face up, flip them face up with 0 attack points. So, like I said, it just depends. The card choices and what you're trying to get the deck to do, and then you build the cards around that strategy or that technique. Alright, let's see. That would be nasty. That really would be nasty. Okay. Let's get rid of the card that allows him to add a card first. First priority. We don't want him doing too much of that. Because every single time it's me in his turn, you would just recur the effect and then add another card. You want to keep your opponent from gaining as much advantage as possible, so that you can stay up and to do it. Then the second best thing you could do after you have done that is cause your opponent to go neg, which we shall do. Before we do that, let's put the gardener back in his hand. And then see if we could get him to discard that. Because we don't like that. Get back in the hand, and then we're going to make him discard. See if we can dump that into the graveyard, because that's annoying to deal with. Ah, missed it. No worries. Battle. All this time while I was dueling, I have 3 copies of that chain summoning, and I haven't seen that once yet. Oh no, my bad. I did saw it once. My bad. This is where interesting comes into play. Nah, we can leave them. We don't need to do nothing too drastic. Oh boy, and he had a hand of 4 cards. Whenever you're ready to test with the next deck, just send it. in the meantime, let's cut this. I wouldn't say cut, but take those out. No, we can leave in the harness. We'll take that out. What, the hand was that bad? Oh boy. You still had the spell card you could have played though. You could have played it, and then if I attacked, you would have gotten the monster. I mean, and it was never gonna get that far, but yeah, that was still a wild shot in the dark. Alright. Worst case scenario, we do want to make sure we have another copy of her. So let's double ghost down there. What else can we employ? Yeah, trust me. It when it comes to ratio, and you open up sometimes you like, I wish I had the card in my hand, and then other times you like, I just didn't want a second copy. Like sometimes you only want to see one copy, but it's like, and oh, that's one of the things I'm supposed to explain to you guys. Like, like players who play in real life, the advantage that they have over us is the fact that they can card or sort their deck. Like they can take let's say the combo pieces, like one in every, let's say 12 cards to about 13 cards. They can actually assort their deck and then shuffle it, and when they shuffle it and then cut it, their combo potential is still better than ours if their combo pieces were already aligned together, even though they may have cut it and then after shuffling, cut, and then set. The alignment for it allows it, if you have, like, let's say in the first 12 cards, each of them is just one copy. You're looking at 36 cards plus 4 extra. If they shuffle and then cut, your odds are you're still going to potentially pick up a decent amount of your combo pieces. Whereas us who play via an application, we have to play what the game gives us. We don't have that luxury or that courtesy. So that is where playing in real life pays off versus playing via an application, because you have that advantage. Even with card shuffling, they can do that. The game automatically assimilates our cards for us and then shuffles it, and then we then draw. So playing via an application to me is harder than playing in real life, because we literally have no control over what we draw other than when we play our card effects to either add cards to our hand or increase our draw potential by just drawing 2 cards, and then like whatever the game gives us, that's what we stuck with. So yeah, you may have people who top in tournaments in real life, but if they play via an application the exact same build, they are not always going to get those same results, because like I told you, being able to assort your cards, and then like no matter how it's actually cut and shuffle, even if they do one single card each and then go over, it's still gonna basically be almost the exact same thing, because what you're actually doing is taking those 1 in 12 cards or 13 and doing the exact same thing again, resting them on top of each other. So you're just potentially resting combo pieces right back on top, and then when you cut in half and then rest, it's really not gonna make that big of a difference. Trust me on that. I have a deck of regular cards and I know a couple of card tricks well, so it's not that different than when you play in Yu-Gi-Oh! Shuffling your 40 card deck. The only difference is I have 52 cards to do it with. The less cards I have to do it with, the easier it is to assort and do those things. Being able to pick up your combo pieces, open up, stuff like that. Coming right now, Shami. Hold on. What should I add in? Let's just go for extra spice. Worst case scenario. Alright. And here we go. Exactly. My thing is that they banned Global but didn't ban Jet Synchron in the same lap. That did make no sense to me. I felt they should have kept Glow Bulb and banned the Jet Synchron, because like for plants, Glow Bulb is like plants bread and butter when you talk about Synchro Summon, and that's what kept them relevant. And like for Synchrons, you have multiple level 1 tuners they could have gone with, that they do still have accessible unknown Synchron and stuff like that. Like I honestly didn't feel the need for Glow Bulb to go before Jet Synchron. If anything, the two of them should have gone in the same lap, or Jet Synchron should have gone, and then Glow Bulb should have stayed. Because with Jet Synchron's effect, being able to send a card from your hand to the graveyard triggers effects. Whereas, well, with Glow Bulb, you could, I mean, because they was using light swans, but when you talk about plants, you just want to make sure that you keep every type in the game relevant as much as possible, than just one specific, like how they had for Synchrons. When you talk about building with more than 40, all it really is like, you can go first, Shimmy. All it really is saying that in your opening 5 card hand, you're just increasing your odds of opening with certain cards. That's all it is. Not that you can't open with them. It's just you're decreasing your odds of opening with, a particular combo when you increase the number of cards in your deck. I've seen 60 card variants where numerous people open up like cards they had in their deck that are only 1 copy of. They open up with 3 cards, 3 different cards that you could only have 1 copy of in their opening hand. They had a 60 card deck. So it's just you decreasing your possibility when you go up, and you increasing your chances of picking up what you want in your 40 card hand by dropping your number to 40. That's all it really is. It's just saying, like, you want to stand a better chance, you go with a 40 card build, depending on what you're using now, because certain builds you can get away with going like, I think one deck I did like 45 or 47. That might have been a hero deck build, but it was just due to the nature of how the combo went full circle, like the cycle it took. Like, it didn't really matter that I was over 40, but the mere fact is I had everything that I needed inside that 45, 47 card build to still be effective. So, like, yeah, it's just you want to increase your chances when you're at 40 to, in your opening hand, just, pick up the best combo possible, or actually be able to open with the combo that you really, really want, than to be like, alright, I pick up 5 cards and only 2 of them I could really use. The other 3 are dead at the current moment. Like, that's what you don't want. I mean, now there should be some alternative level 1 tuner for plants, but like I said, I felt Glow Bulb just should have been a staple for when you talk about plants, because that's one of Akiza's main cards. Like, I felt, and one of the most ridiculous things was like the Firewall Dragon. How this is the first time in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! A protagonist ace monster was actually banned in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, how are you having a Yu-Gi-Oh game, and as soon as you release it, the protagonist's ace monster is banned? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I have never gotten to play Firewall Dragon, only the Dark Fluid. Like, that was upsetting me. Like, why don't y'all just errata the fact? And like, they should have done that if they had known that they were gonna ban the Firewall Dragon, which when links first come out, I think were one of the first links. When I gave a list of a decent amount of cards that were gonna cause links to be broken, which they banned literally every single one of them. But the mere fact is that if you're gonna put on for Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of the antagonist and the protagonist, you really need to make sure that the key cards that they play are accessible to the players, because that's why we play Yu-Gi-Oh! We see cool cards, we want to play them. They may not always be the best, but they're cool. We want to summon these things. We want to attack people. We just want to use these things because they look cool. They look fun. They look exciting. That's why we play Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban Firewall Dragon, that probably turned off a decent amount of players simply from actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, Firewall Dragon ban, I don't have that ace monster, because not all of them are faithful to Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you have players or people who getting into Yu-Gi-Oh, they only getting into Yu-Gi-Oh because of the recent amount of success Yu-Gi-Oh has had between um, Pendulum Summoning and Variants. Between Pendulum Summoning and Variants, like with the old school players, it was an issue with Pendulum Summon with the old school players, but like with the new school players, like who just were gotten into Yu-Gi-Oh, Pendulum Summoning, like when it first came out before they did the revision of the Master Rule that we call Master Rule 5, before they did the revision there, that's what really drew a lot of players in, because they was like, okay, I no longer have to abide by this 2-card sacrifice. I can summon on a level 7 just by setting the skill. Alright, this is cool. I can make this work, because it was really a lot of strategy and tactic behind playing Yu-Gi-Oh before Pendulum came out, in terms of card selection and, you know, just how deep the combos go. A lot of players didn't have the mental capacity to even formulate tactics to be able to do that. So it's like, you know, how am I gonna effectively play Yu-Gi-Oh? Like Pendulum came out, it made it easier. Lynx is out now, it just makes it even easier. Like I said, you can actually play normal monsters with Lynx, and like, just do whatever to your heart's content. Alright, Shimmy, what you up to? Um, if you find where your deck of 40 going way too fast for you, incorporate cards that recycle, like Shower of Greed and Port Adverse. They can put 5 cards back easy. Port Adverse will let you draw 2. Shower of Greed will let you draw 1. So that's all you do. You just put in cards like that. That's what I do. You only need to make sure that you can OTK your opponent as quick as possible. If you see the duel last long enough for you to actually run out the cards or deck out, then you doing something wrong. You round through 40 cards and you decked out. Yu-Gi-Oh is supposed to be you open up with your hand, you try to set up or disrupt your opponent, and then swing for game the next turn. You can't allow duels to go on multiple turns. The more turns you give your opponent, what you're telling your opponent is, my desire for winning is dwindling. I wish not to win in Yu-Gi-Oh anymore. That's what you're telling them. I just don't want to win anymore. This just isn't for me. And that isn't the kind of message you want to send to your opponent. You're supposed to be trying to utterly destroy your opponent. Oh, Ash. Wow. That's cool. Let's try this then. What do you mean, Dark Link? What you mean by, is that the respectful thing to do as a duelist? That's what I got? Dang. Let me put it like this. It all depends on who you playing. Some people don't prefer that fast OTK style. Some people just prefer going back and forth, which can happen if both players are, how to put it, strategically on the same level. Even though a player may be playing a OTK based deck, like if, let me see how to put it, if both of them in terms of skill and card selection are on par, it's going to go back and forward because the individual I was playing were playing other guys. I can't remember who it was I was playing. Man, I trying to remember the game attack. And I saw me in the duel a lot. Wow. Um, why can't I remember his game attack? Anyway, me and him went 30 turns. Literally 30 turns. He's playing Alter Geist, and I was trying to see how Dynamis function. And we literally went 30 turns just off pure skill and execution of time. So if both players in that respect of card choices or their card choices during deck selection and they're able to time to be able to negate, it's going to end up going back and forward. Some people, they aren't on that level, that, like I said, they don't have the mental capacity to be able to formulate to that extent to be able to do that. So it then oh crap. Oh crap. My bad, Jimmy. I didn't even realize my arrow was pointing to the same zone as Pisty. Alright, you get a free summon. You can tell me thank you later. Yeah, like they can't, so it's an issue for them. And whenever they run into people who can, like they just don't want to play them. But when both players can do it, like it's not even an issue because it's just gonna go back tit for tat in who can get the upper hand. And when someone gets the upper hand, it's like, all right, now what card do I need now to try to break that board or break that field so that I can gain the advantage? And then when that player does it, then it literally goes back and forward, like literally, because we spent over a half hour in that duel. I kid you not, we spent over a half hour in that duel, and we were literally going back and forward. You know, Alter Geist is a heavy set trap based deck, so you could imagine how much annoyance I had to go through. And the thing is, I wasn't even playing no back row destruction card, so I had to keep every one of those destructions. But yeah, like that's how it is. And then you have others who just prefer the simplistic play. Like I told you, can't comprehend that extent. They just prefer the simplistic play so that they can go back and forward, and that would actually be exciting to them. But like I said, to each his own. Like the objective is really to win as fast as possible. But if you and that the opposing player are on the same level, you are going to find where it's going to go back and forth regardless. Unless it's like, all right, you pick up a hand, you can't defend yourself. They have like the perfect hand to OTK you, and then you get OTK. That's that. And then it may go vice versa where you pick up a hand, you can OTK, and they have a hand where they can't, and then it may go, all right, or two y'all pick up a sensible hand, and then that's where the duel ends up going back and forward. See, that's the exciting part for those of us who on that level and have that level of experience dueling and who are familiarized with the combos and know how to utilize our side deck so that when our opponent goes off, we know exactly, all right, we need to incorporate this so I can potentially slow that down. And even if I don't open with that, I can use this so I can interrupt that. That way when my opponent goes off, they aren't gaining maximum advantage on me. Things like that. It's just the in-depth thought that we take to go into things. I mean, when you on that level, it ain't no biggie. But when you aren't, then that's where you have a lot of players complaining, especially when they see combo-based decks or they see like those one-card combo-based decks go off. Like they just cry and complain. Like it's so easy. Like just triple Nibiru your main deck and an Ash. Like it isn't hard. Along with Impermanence Effect Veiler, triple Impermanence, triple Effect Veiler, you're looking at 6 months in the gates, along with 2 Ash to make 8 on any odds, and then a trifecta of Biru, that's about 11. Like, you have more than enough firepower to be able to stop your opponent, no matter what your opponent's doing. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you may have 12 hand traps and the game may not give you one of them. In real life, like I told you, being able, they have the ability to card sort their cards beforehand. Their opponent shuffling their deck really don't mean crap. But with the game literally just gives you whatever it feels, and you really have no say over that at all. And that's what hurts for us playing on an application. But those play on an application. Oh, that's all it took, Shimmy. One rock on your head. That was a pebble. That wasn't even a mountain. Yeah. Uh, He's playing that dragon base build. All right. 3, 6. Oh, okay. Yeah, we in good standing. I'll side this out so I could get this here as a disruption. And just in case he tries to build that field, let's go this. We cut these two so you can put in that. And do I want to go hand? No, because he gets rid of that. So let's this, and then go hand, and up start. Alright, that should be fine. Oh, oh man. Yeah. When you play in Rockets, yeah. Just hope your opponent doesn't have or open up with anything of that nature. Oh, I get to go first? Oh wow. Shouldn't you're a real gentleman and a scholar. But the thing is, wow. Wow. Okay. Alright. I'll do this. I did put that in there. Reason number one, I ended up putting that card in the deck so you guys could see. Oh, that's what I needed to incorporate, because if I open and I have him in hand, I literally have no way to special summon him out my hand. So I honestly do need to incorporate a monster to special summon this out of hand, and then I could actually go off. I need to put in 2 for that. So you guys can, like I said, you guys actually see, because people do have an issue. Like, I'll come on, I'll duel just to test out a deck, and like if I surrender, it's a problem. Or yeah, if I surrender, it's a problem. And I'm like, I'm only deck testing. Like, you can kill me for seeing the ratios I'm getting, seeing how the deck performs. So I can know, alright, I have this in hand and this in hand. What card did I really need to have in hand to actually be effective? And like, they get mad. Or they feel they accomplished the world if I surrender while I'm only deck testing. I'm like, calm down. When the deck is good and ready and you actually do something credible, I'll message you and tell you, hey, you were the first one to beat this deck, or you did this or you did that. Like, I always let players know when they did something that either no one else has, or they did something credible on the whole, or they made a play that actually blew my mind. If they can actually do something like that, because there are not many players that I haven't seen. Fusion, all right. But yeah, if you guys went back into the stream when I was selecting my cards in the extra deck, you would have seen why I said I wanted this for first turn. Actually, no, that's not crazy. When I actually started off building decks from the previous Yu-Gi-Oh, what I used to do is I try to incorporate as many of the summoning methods inside the deck build as possible, so that I wouldn't be like restricted or limited. Because sometimes they would like, especially like with Monarchs used to be a thing, they would lock you with the extra deck. So me having my ritual monsters in there, being able to ritual summon it and then beat over the Monarch to get it off the field and then get back to my extra deck. Or what I used to do too is also incorporate like harness, so I could like beat over. Or when they would attack, I would allow them to attack and then harness, so I wouldn't initiate the attack and then let them kill themselves, so I could get back to my extra deck. It was like the little stuff like that that really paid dividends. And another thing I used to do too, like with it's a really good rank 4 spam deck. You use gadgets and like what do you call it, Kagato Kage, and it was There's a couple other level 4s that could special summon themselves. And you would just rank 4 spam, and you would go like King of Feral Imps, you could add back, or you go Giant X, you could add another machine, and then like when you would do that, by doing that, what ends up happening is potentially you used to get your trap card. Well, the trap card I used to use is Dimension Slice, and its ability is when you set it during the turn, if you special summon, when you special summon a monster, you could banish a monster from your opponent's side of the field. Go again, Shimmy. Have fun on your next turn. You can banish a monster from your opponent's side of the field, but if you exceed summon, you could activate that card during the turn of the set. So you could immediately activate Dimension Slice to banish a monster during the turn it's set. So it's like basically playing a spell card immediately during the turn that you exceed summon. So you turn the trap into a spell basically, and then banish one of your opponent's monsters. And the deck I used to use it in was a Utopia based deck. That was one of the decks that I got one of the most credit for. Like, because tag duels used to be on the Yu-Gi-Oh! On the PlayStation 3. And I kid you not, literally, everybody always wanted me for their partner because they had very little to no work to do. Like, I was someone partner, and by the time it's their turn, I already 2v1 in our opponents, and they literally only have to play my cards. I said they didn't even need to play their cards. That's exactly how it would transpire. But ooh. Alright, Jimmy, time to go to work. But like with the rank 4 spam deck, like using or being able to utilize cards like that is what helped made that style of play really efficient. Like, you could still do that now. You just want to make sure that your opponent actually has monsters to be banished. But like with the monsters now, let me put it like this: it's a bit more difficult because they come in with more negates than in the previous Yu-Gi-Oh! Because like the standard monsters, because like I said, I used that tactic with Utopia. So you can imagine now, I already I wouldn't say drawn a bunch of cards, but I used to use Summon a Monk and Star Drawing to gain advantage every time I would exceed summon. So when I draw into my rank ups and I would rank Utopia up, I always used to use Numeron Force, which negates all face-up card effects on the field. Now, when that happens, then monsters with abilities to be like can be destroyed by battle or targeted by card effects and stuff like that, they would be no more. And see whose level is 1 higher, target 1 monster your opponent. Okay. In that scenario, I would be able to use Utopia effect because I used to use V. I used to use his effect. Once I use his effect, I used to pop the monster, they get burned, and then they gotta get hit quick. And that doesn't include every other monster that I already have coming to the field. Besides the fact that Dimension Slice also playing a role, so if you had like another annoying monster, it just gets banished in the process. Dragon made fusion. Does that protect them? Oh boy, that's a good question. I won't waste that. Alright, I know what I can do. Let's check, see if I was right. Fusion summon Dragon made. While this card is in target one dragon, return it to the hand, and if you do, oh, okay, it doesn't. Alright, I just didn't want to waste my effect. 2 grand, let's do this. Let's send that back to the hand. I really wanted to deplete the hand, but I wanted to be on the safe side. I didn't want to waste the ability to pop her unnecessarily, but we ain't worrying too much about that. Let's do this, special summon. Then we're gonna go Living Fossil. This was another thing that when I was deck building that I did mention, using the Living Fossil so that I could bring back the Exceed Summon and I don't have to worry about the monster getting banished. Now, had I had known, oh, Oh no, the effect negated, my bad. Had I known that would not have protected him, I would have popped that, but I wanted to be on the safe side because I wasn't sure that effect. Because what I post I originally do is use post Ouroboros effect so I can make him discard both his cards in his hand and leave him with nothing, and then leave him on the one card draw. But I guess this will work. And then as you can see, as I play, by the number of hand traps you just see they're still building in my hand, just giving me a really decent counter to whatever he could potentially conjure up on his next turn. If we even have a next turn. Okay, now let's get one random card from the hand. We could always discard another random card from his hand on a future turn too. So it isn't like we completely lost that effect. Ooh, Dragon Ravine. Wow, that would have been useful. Alright, let's go to work, guys. Baguska. You paid dividends first turn. And you know what the crazy part is? He's the one who allowed me to go first, and I was the one who wanted to go first. And that's why I said it's really a difference maker in who can win the game by who goes first. Because not knowing what he would have sided in, it may have given him the strategical advantage. Not knowing. Alright, and then see what I'm doing right here. Keeping cards single zones. You want to practice this, like I said, just in case you have to incur. Worst case scenario, you incurred Magnites, so you wouldn't end up triggering their effects where they add 2 or more cards from their deck to their hand off there. You can do it, Jimmy. You can do it. You have 2 cards. That's the spirit. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. I mean, there's really no chance of victory, but just keep fighting. Wow. Suicide Squad. Alright. I mean, you know the easier way would have just been to surrender instead of suicide, right? Whenever you're ready, you can send the next invite. So you could test with the third one. After the third one, I think I'll end the stream. Because I really need to eat and get some rest. What I'll do is I'll try to see if I can stream tomorrow. Like I said, I have a Discord. I do post when I'm about to stream in Discord, because sometimes it can be last minute, so like trying to produce a video to let everyone know in time. So if you guys don't mind, add me on Discord so that you can be up to date ahead of time when I would actually be streaming, so that you won't actually miss the stream or be like, oh hey, Dabna streaming, wow, where am I? Oh, I'm not by Wi-Fi. And then sometimes you don't always have data. Like I told you, it just comes down to ratios. If you're gonna play a mixed deck, it's just ratios. I've done tons of mixed decks, and I can tell you for a fact it's just ratios. Sometimes you can only play maybe 4 to 6 of an archetype, and the next archetype that you're mixing it with, you may only be able to play 10 to 12. And then, like I said, with this format, especially now that you have to use more hand traps to slow your opponent down, it becomes a little more difficult. Not too much. As long as your hand trap selection is good, you should be fine. And then your mix, you just want to make sure, like what that was, because that was Starsaroth Dark Lords. You guys saw just how well that mixed. Like that mixed really well. Like the synergy in that deck was like really crazy, really crazy. So it just comes down to ratios and how well you can just mix 2 archetypes together. Oh, that's what I needed to put in. I needed to put in 2. I wonder if I should cut 2 of the hand traps so that I want to put in 2 of this guy so I could have a special summon from the hand. So I would be able to special summon him from the hand. You said you have one more deck to test, or that was it? We're playing the imperm. We do prefer the imperm over the effect Vela. Well, we did try the dark coffin. I mean, it wasn't bad. It's alright. Let's. Oh no, I don't. I don't have to go raid now. I would have gone if after the last one to test it, and then I would depart. Because we run in trifecta of imperm, so we could actually cut two of the Velas. The reason why I'm cutting Vela over imperm is just simple. You can activate imperm during either player's turn versus effect Vela only during your opponent's turn, and also effect Vela can get called by the grave. Imperm cannot be called by the grave. So I'm still running 10 hand traps. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what? I'll put ghosts. I'll just put ghosts down here, and just so I can have 5 monster effect negates. Because like I told you, the meta is really dominated by spells and monster effects. So 2 Velas, 2 Ash, trifecta Nibiru, and a trifecta of Imperm. So you're looking at 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah, 10 on traps. So that's a quarter of the deck. So still should be able to by ratio wise open up with at least 1 hand trap in your first 5 card opening hand. Hand destruction hasn't even been that good to me at all whatsoever. It could be a toss up to be like, alright, go, because I'm running more lights now. I'll add that to 2 and cut this to 1. Alright, and then we'll just see how that works. Jumping in the duel. Alright, let's see how this bad boy works. And this is basically what I do when I deck build every single time. I always test decks against human players. The reason why I don't test against the AI is because they have set plays. Whereas with human players, sometimes we may tend to sit back and get punched in the face as long as our life points doesn't get reduced to 0. Pile up our key cards and then we go off on our opponent, because sometimes the opponent may have a neg or 2 on board and you don't have enough resources to bait out or force out those negates to clear the field or beat over their field or erase their field on the whole. With AI, they play immediately what they have, and that's one of the things I don't like playing against the AI. With human players, it's a more logical sense of play, where they weigh out their options. Alright, can I survive this turn if I don't play anything? Or, if I utilize my hand trap now, is it going to facilitate me getting another turn? Stuff like that. Alright, let's go upstart first. Alright. Let's do a... Let's do this. And that's another thing too, because you already know the AI deck builds, you can choose which AI you want to play against. So it's not really no creativity of originality when it comes to the AI. And then one of the things you can't do in this Yu-Gi-Oh, at least I haven't seen it, if any of you guys know, if you can create a deck and then give it to the AI to play with. I know that on the tag forces you could have created a deck and gave it to the AI to play. But as far as this application is concerned, I haven't seen that. I think I should try to see if it can be done, but I haven't seen it done. But basically, yeah, that's why I prefer human. Yeah, the Pendulum Magician variant is really good. Like, you can do basically almost anything you want inside that. Like really, you can do almost anything. Oh boy. And the thing that, like I said before, even though we down to 10 on traps, the ratio, the odds of it, you are still supposed to be able to open up with at least 1 on trap in your opening 5-side on. But if you're gonna do the Dark Magician Buster Blader, I recommend that you use the Pendulum Magician engine. That would really be best for that. Like literally. That's the thing what I was saying about the older archetypes. Like they can be played in so many different ways. It's like ridiculous. Before I do that, I can do that, make that play. Oh, okay. Boy, Shimmy, I almost started to show you a little bit of mercy just now. Like a lot of the older archetypes, like you can do so many things with them. It's ridiculous. Like there literally isn't a summoning method between Blue Eyes and Dark Magician that they can't utilize. What was I think I was watching 300 a day. Oh man, that was awesome. It did remind me what deck that is. That's Heroicsy or something like that. Like it reminded me of that deck. Oh boy, sound like you didn't want him going nowhere. That destruction, that same destruction, Blade Swordsman, and the level 8 synchro, like that's nasty. That really is. Let's see. What should we do here? Bam, 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 bam. If that's destroyed, he gets that. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do this. So far, I've only normal summoned once. Oh, white. Let's utilize all of our normal summons. Let's do this. And with the card, that's similar to how they be inside the new Yu-Gi-Oh! That Yu-Gi-Oh! 7. Normal summoning. I'd even say normal. Just summoning multiple times off air. Yep, one random card from the hand. Go bye-bye. Go bye-bye. Just go bye-bye. 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 Oh, you look like you almost needed that card. Yeah. Let's go Masquerina. For the 4. I don't see why not. Let's go pot. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go Vela. Get back in there. We could always use another hand trap. Nope. Behave yourself. Talking about her. She like getting away sometimes. Alright, now. We left that in, we left that in, and we left that in. Alright. Let's do this. Gonna go back to the drawing board. Draw. See that? Right back. That's what you do. Put them back in to re-incur them. So when your opponent decides to act rude, you can put them back in their place. Oh, okay. So that's how we playing this one. We don't want to do that, and he has 2 cards in hand. Wow. Alright, this is what we're going to do. We're going to set this card here. Just a small token of my appreciation. And then we're going to go back and do this to him again. Gonna pop the face down. Gonna draw one off that, make the most use of it, and see what we got in exchange. Alright, time to say bye-bye. Go bye-bye. Go bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, wow, Monster, he really could have used that. I kid you not, that was really useful. Alright, let's go summon a monk now. Then we're going to discard that, and then we're going to get, yeah, let's just force it another special summon. Of course I want to turn a card from my graveyard back to the top of my deck. Why wouldn't I? Let's go Scepter. Where is he? I sure I put him back in. Oh, I forgot I had Saryuja in there, you know. Oh man, I could have drawn a whole bunch of cards. Oh, I still can too. I still can too. Alright, let's go Saryuja. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that could work. Of course, why wouldn't I? 2, 3, 4. That's all they gave me. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we can send that back. He doesn't have 2 cards in his hand, so we can send that back. And ooh, we can send this back. Alright, we have stick. I could special summon that, eh? Yeah, let's do that. Let's add again. Ooh, that's still in there? Oh, man. Alright. Alright. I doubt I have 3 copies of anything in there. Check my grave. I don't have 3 of that, that's for sure, because that in there, no 3 chair. Alright. That won't make any sense. Unless I reoccur 2. 1. Nope, I have two of them in there as well. Oh boy, other options. Wow. Alright, I guess. We have more than enough on drops for that. Now, White Veil is a really good option, I kid you not. The only thing is, don't allow it to leave the field, or else you're going to take 3k of damage off air. Let's see what our extra deck options are now. We can make that, and we can also make that. Let's go this guy. Because you never know, you can pick up a Yeti or a Darko or something like that, and then, you know, make my board's life really up. And we're gonna make this guy. Of course. Of course. Oh, I wish Alvar Max was coming to us when he was working too. Could he use that 300? Alright, I think that should be enough. That's enough torture. I would just need to check out. I would just need to check out the effect of the Solidarity Sword. What he's playing, Yang Zings? Yang Zings. I don't think that's nothing troublesome to deal with. To really inquire on that. Okay, I think you should be fine. I just need to check out the effect of the Sword of Poison. But I know for a fact Moon Mirror Shield, whatever the attack is, it just goes 100 above that. That's a really good equip card. That's a card I actually equipped to my Rise Falcon. And it being able to attack multiple special summon monsters. Yeah. And then you always going 100 over. If Moon, you'd have to check the ruling to see which one resolves as which, because if Moon Mirror Shield also resolves during the damage calculation, then it's going to be a toss up on which one actually resolves last. The one that resolves last is the one that's going to take effect. So if Moon Mirror Shield resolves last, you're still going to go 100. Just 100, even though it's supposed to double. Oh, destroying cards, I see. One. Special summon from the deck. Nah, just draw your one card. Oh boy. Boy, we can have to win this one. Alright. All or nothing. All or nothing. 1, 2. Come on, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Oh boy. Wow. That's tough. That really is. That really is. I could do that. That. Alright, let's see if we can last another turn. Wow. And I had one mind to play that card, you know. Impermanence would have really been broken. Like if they allowed for the column negate to still be on when you played it from the hand. That would have been nasty. Yeah, you gotta wait until you have no other monsters on the field for that effect. I played a lot of Yang Zing, so I know. You need a big draw next turn. Big draw, big draw, big draw. Alright. That. Yeah. Oh man. How the hell I can make this work? Boy, this can be this can be suicide right now. This isn't the most optimal way to play, but when your hand's tied, yeah, you do have to rig something up. Now let's see what can we gain. We need a big advantage booster. Oh yeah, that could work. That definitely could work. I ain't saying no to that. Of course, I was special summon another one. What kind of question it is? What kind of question is that? Let's see. We can go him. Nope. We want to go this guy. 1, 2, 3. Of course. I don't see why I wouldn't want to draw another card. Let's do this. We need to deplete that hand a bit. Grave. Ooh. Hmm. Let's do this. Oh no. Oh no. I don't give him up for that. Oh man, that's tough. That really is tough. I guess we live with that for now. Set one. Alright, that brought us right back into the game. Oh boy. Alright. Just so he doesn't get any wild and crazy ideas. Because he did have the option to go suicide. That's how come I said it. Run his monster. Leave the... This is... the Darkness of Yang Zing face up. And then be able to actually conjure up 2 more materials to synchro with. Oh wow. He sacrificed it. That was unexpected. Boxy. Oh, Scarlight. Wow. I guess he means business. Good game, buddy. Don't stop trying. The world is dependent on you. Yeah. Yeah. If he had hit that effect, he would have won game. Because I'd had to take 3K directly. That wouldn't have been nice. Let's do this. Masquerina, get out there. Another thing too, when you're playing with life points so low, you have to make sure that all your players are on point. Precision. Because you can't afford to leave yourself open or in a position for your opponent to just take advantage of your low life points. You want to play it as close to perfection as possible. 1, 2, 3. 4. Let's put that back in there. And let's put, because he's playing them, 5. But then again, let's, because I have one already, let's put all of those back. Oh boy. That's remotely unique. He should still be in my extra deck. I don't think I played him as yet. Yep, he's there. Alright. Of course. I don't see why not. This guy. Let's make this guy. Put him over here. Do this thing here. Let's get him back. Now we can summon them in attack mode because we're going on the offense. Wow, that's a really good card effect then. Alright, let's go back to Ouroboros. When your opponent has 2,000 or less or 2,000 or more. Send a card from the hand. Because they're looking a little lonely. Okay, because you were saying has at least 2,000. Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I was reading it wrong. Okay. We just do this thing right here where we special summon them, so we draw another card. Do I have another one in there? Yes, I do, and we shall utilize him. Sorry, Shimmy. I mean, this ain't personal, but, you know, just sorry. I gotta do the most common sense thing. Erase your advantage. That's the only way you could come back to win a duel. So now he's gonna need the biggest heart of the cards ever if he wants to come back in this duel. Okay. Now we could go and do assault. Oh, that looks like duel actually. Is that? Yeah, that actually is. And that's how you make a comeback. Yeah, it really is. Alright guys, that'll be the last duel for the stream. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and also make sure you add me on Discord so that you can be notified immediately when I do decide to stream during any day. I make sure I message so you guys would know ahead of time exactly which day I'm streaming and what time. So yeah, until next time. Later. Oh, wait. Yeah, what's going on, Shimmy? think it's putting the link in right now. That's the link to the Discord right there, guys. Yeah. So yeah, until next time. Later.